go. It's working. Hey, it's working. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Get cred when you share a viral clip, recommends Twitch. All right, now the time is. The time is nigh to share that we're going to be finishing Halo CE. Just got to find a good picture. Finishing Rubies Rebalanced mod on stream. Two Betrayals is great. And you all are mean for bullying it. No, that's too inflammatory. Come join on this Friday evening. All right. And now I'm going to post the appropriate links. The time is nigh. Yes, indeed, the time is nigh. Hello from Germany. Hello, hello. What time is it in Germany? I'm not too good with time zones. Well, I guess being good at time zones isn't like... It's not like the hardest skill in the world. It's just looking it up and being like, oh, got it. That's what that part of the world's time zone is. Okay, I've got the Twitch link. Let me put that here. YouTube. Just give me 1 second. The night is young. Yes, the night is young. Ah. Okay. Copy, paste. Okay. Huzzah! 105. That's oh, it's 105 in the morning or afternoon? In the morning. Wow. What are you doing up so late, dude? Why your computer have no games? Oh, my computer has plenty of games. So when it's time to do grinding, I've got to hide all of the Steam games that will distract me from my goal. So there's like all my normal Steam games. This is just my bag era. I couldn't think of a good name off the moment, and Rebecca was like shuffling around somewhere and looking very cute, and I was like, what would she call this? I'm like, it's my bag era. I'm in my bag era right now. I'm trying to get that bag. I am the prize, you know? So it's like work-related games. Oh my god, can you guys see? Do you guys see what my Shih Tzu's doing? Oh, hang on. There he goes. I don't know why he does that. I don't know why. He'll like, what he'll do is he'll start getting himself comfy by like fluffing up, scratching, you know, like making the material softer. But then he'll accidentally get excited by doing that. So it'll just explode into a fit of zoomies and screaming and barking. See, he's starting to get excited. Titi. I'm looking at him through the little webcam thing. Oh my god. Okay, we'll just yeah, dude is pounding biscuits. He's taking that couch to the muffin factory. That's what he's doing. And then it's funny because if I say his name or his nickname, he'll just stop and look. Like, what? What? I wasn't doing anything. Oh, J-Dog is a Delta producer level, which means, J-Dog, if you go to my YouTube channel, you can see a members message thing that should give you access to the Discord, right? That's how we have it set up. I'm sorry, does this website say people put milk on their french fries? Oh, this! Well, since you're here, we might as well finish this quiz. Well, we're waiting for folks to join in. Hi, LateNightGaming. How are you doing? It says Raffles Waffles 117. See, he got himself all excited. Now he wants his toy. I'm doing pretty good. Luke is still not my name, but I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking. And I appreciate the $2. Your chat got deleted. Your streams are nice background noise for my sleep. Aw, I'm honored that you think I'm comforting enough to listen to. Hang on, let me go up. Does the Twitch chat being less populated mean you're less likely to see him respond to my comments than if I was in the YouTube chat? No, in fact, I'm trying to get more folk onto the Twitch side of things. No, I've been in Twitch chat and he usually ignores us. That's mean, Mike. I can see you. Thoughts on the update to Infinite? Oh man, so they announced that the last update, the last content update at least for Halo Infinite is going to be coming soon. So finally, it's like it's bittersweet because it is sad that it's the end of Halo Infinite, but it's also like finally I can be at peace, you know? What are you wearing on your feet right now? Nothing. My feet sweat too much and they get really stinky when I wear socks. I also have gigantic feet, like huge. Like I can't, okay. I have this problem. Like my feet stopped growing around high school. That's when they reached max size. And that's also where a problem occurred, which is, God, I can't remember my foot size. 13. It's like 13 men's, which is huge. And as a result, I can't wear red shoes because they just look like clown shoes. And I learned that the hard way in my early 20s. That it's just like these long shoes. And if they're red, they end up looking like clown shoes, you know? You're finally getting what you've wanted. Ending Halo Infinite. No, I haven't wanted Halo Infinite to end. I've wanted to know when it will end, because I was so tired of like the Halo Infinite's dead. Oh, Halo Infinite's back. Like I was tired of the roller coaster. I was like, I just need peace. And now I have peace. I know that like the game I'm going to play is the game, you know? So now I can just comfortably enjoy Halo Infinite. And I'm like, I don't have to be like, what else could they add to this game? Oh, they got to fix blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, it is what it is now. I can be at peace. You Taras doubters should all be ashamed of yourselves. Yeah, you really should be ashamed of yourselves. You think I don't read your messages? You guys are like my children. I don't have a favorite. Hell yeah. More CER? Oh, is that like campaign remake? Yeah. So they're all hands on deck basically now for the Halo campaign evolved thing, as well as future titles that they didn't talk about. LNG, be careful. Some demon will make you a wiki feet page. Oh man, I didn't even think about that. Well, you know what? It says more about them than it does me. if somebody goes ahead and does something like that. What's the best way to spend your evenings? Oh, this is good. Wondering how many malsters I can fit in. What's a malster? That him? I don't even think I could fit one of him in my mouth. He looks like a big guy. No, don't. Stop. I know what you're thinking. That's not the way it was supposed to come out. Stop it. I know what some of you are thinking. And no, we're adults. Stop it. Oh, they're little chocolate wafer balls? That's what they are. At this point, I'm going back to classic RuneScape Mobile since Infinite isn't getting any new sandbox items. It's crazy that RuneScape still is, like, crazy. You know? I was literally halfway typing the comment. You're now heading off. As much as I'd want to watch you play and assist you, I have unfortunately been interred by work. That being said, I will still impart some scant help. Andrew, I appreciate it. Either way, man. What an insane time to join the stream. Getting stuck on a rock? That sounds like a terrible way to spend your evening. Oh, man. I think my favorite way to spend my evenings is sleeping. What's the best flavor? Crisp. Cheese and onion, cheese, beef. Something so spicy that you can't feel your lips afterwards. Oh, man. I don't really like chips. I'm not like a chip guy. Like chips on their own, you know? Like sour cream and onions type stuff. I'm like yeah, it's good, obviously. Like everyone likes sour cream and onions, but I prefer a dipping chip, you know? I'm just going to say cheese and onion. What team do you pick while playing FIFA? Ooh, this is a tough one because I don't play FIFA. I'll say Liverpool. Is that a safe answer? Liverpool? Search the rooms adjacent to the control room, the two linking the natural bridge to the ground level for additional goodies and bonus encounters. Gotcha. I appreciate it. Thank you. Adjacent to the control room. Gotcha. Okay. Dog spotted. Oh, yeah, my dog's like a little baby shark. He just kind of like waddles around. Like, you know the beginning of that movie Airplane when it's like the clouds and the fin of the airplane is like doing the Jaws thing? That's basically what my dog is like during the day. I just hear the tick, 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 tick of his little nails. And then I just feel something move by my leg. And it's just like it's like a bus. You know, he just starts going. Yeah, I'll say Liverpool. What color would you dye your hair if it washed out the next day? I'm completely bald, bright pink, neon green, every color. Probably green. I don't know. I wouldn't dye my hair like a crazy color. What's this item called? Oh, are you kidding me? That's easy. That's a cassette tape. This quiz is for chumps. What's your favorite vegetable? Ooh. Carrots, but not those ones. Well, what if those ones are fine? Peas can go die in a hole. Peas suck. Sweet corn's boring. Broccoli's good. Broccoli's good because broccoli, I think, has like a lot of mileage that you can get out of it. You know, like a broccoli, you can cook it with something so it can kind of adapt to whatever food you're making with it. But you could also just eat cold broccoli from the fridge. Like, let me tell you, if you get like peanut butter and you just dip the head of broccoli in the that it's like a pretty good snack, you know? Yeah, I got to go with broccoli from those. Oh, it's this question again. How many could you fit in your mouth? I think I could crush 15 at once. What was the last time you tidied your room? I feel like every day I'm working on that, and it doesn't get tidier. So, I'm tidy all the time. You know what? We'll say that. I'm 100 years old or something. You wear slippers? I said I don't wear anything on my feet. You eat minty and you listen to people talking on the radio. This quiz is bullshit. That's just like flatly wrong. When are you going to play? Oh, well, we just finished the quiz, you know. We just, come on. You gotta let me finish my little quiz. So we're going to play now. That was bullshit, though. I'm not 100. Do I give that vibe? Broccoli with peanut butter? What? Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it works. It works. LNG, have you seen all this discourse on Twitter with ex-Bungie reacting to the Halo 5 cutscene? I did see that, and I actually largely agree with a lot of those comments. I actually had a very similar issue with it back in the day. It felt too, like, too superhero-y. Which I understand that was the direction Halo 5 was going in, but made them seem less like Spartans and more like superheroes. Like, at least Spartans to me are more, they're not like Iron Man, you know, where their suit of armor has jets in it and they're flying around and stuff. Spartans to me are more like a soldier in a suit of armor, you know? I mean, yeah, according to the lore, they can, like, run around and do stuff, but I picture them as, you know, them alongside their fellow Marines. Like, they can do what the Marines can do, but enhanced. At least as far as, like, presenting them, you know, in the games and stuff like that. Not necessarily, like, barreling down a cliff and single-handedly destroying Phantom after Phantom and flying around and stuff. Someone was trying to compare the bomb cutscene in Halo 2 to that Halo 5 scene. I did see that, and that is an example of Bungie kind of breaking their own rule. I would argue that that bomb cutscene, that was something that they had to do, because they had cut the level where you board the Covenant ship. So it wasn't even, like, their intention. All right, we're on Two Betrayals. You got that gray hair coming in. I do have some gray hairs.
Which means
they're very, very silver.
Mass and cognitive capability is a potential factor. Is something wrong?
Is something wrong?
No.
How's the game volume, by the way?
Splendid, shall we?
You give off like 32. 32? Well, I've only got like a year left until my 20s are all dried up.
This particular endeavor has come to an end.
So I'm not too far off.
My classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you.
Bungie dev Delian said about the flood in 2008. More like a fungus than a plant or parasite. Interesting. So he kind of... Okay. I'm glad that I get that vibe as well from the early Halo games.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
They do spread, though,
Cortana.
like a virus.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard
When the
almost
other
made you
alternative
do?
is balding graying is
Yes.
a blessing, to be honest.
Activate Halo's
Man,
defenses
so,
and destroy the flood.
Oh,
Which is
man,
why
so-
we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
I began losing my hair in my mid-20s on the back of my head, and it was the most embarrassing thing in the world because I didn't know that it was that I was
You sure
going
that's a good
bald back
idea?
here because you can't see back there normally.
How dare you? Oh,
I'm on minoxidil
have the
though,
index.
and that kind of
You
like
can just
slowed everything
float
down,
and
even
sputter.
restored some of the hair and
Enough.
stuff. But I know I'm living on borrowed time right now.
The
And
flood
I,
is spreading.
man,
If
let me
we
tell you, when I was a
activate
teenager,
Halo's
I had
defenses, we can
beautiful
wipe them
locks of
out.
hair.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't
So thankfully, the
kill blood.
minoxidil,
It
it's
kills their
set me
food.
up a little bit. It slowed some
Humans,
things down,
Covenant,
but
whatever. We're all equally edible.
don't take your hair
The
for
only way
granted.
to stop the flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly
The animation
what
of Cortana
Halo is
popping out of the
designed to
Holo
do.
console will
Wipe
never
the
not make me
galaxy
chuckle.
clean
Yeah,
of
I
all
forget. I love the way
sentient
she just
life.
like
You
grows
don't believe
super
me?
large.
Ask him.
Oh, man. Is it true?
more or less. Technically,
LNG,
this
when you were playing
installation
this mod,
has a
I remember
maximum effective
you,
radius of
your
25,000
Halo
light
Custom
years.
Edition and Halo
But
2
once the others
PC
follow
reshade
suit,
mods.
This galaxy will
LOL.
be quite devoid
Oh,
of life.
that was fun
Or
making
at
those
least any life
videos.
with sufficient biomass.
Unfortunately, anti-cheat does not play nice with reshade anymore. Like they've kind of just
Left out
flatly
that detail,
banned
didn't you?
reshade.
We have followed
So
outbreak
any
containment
game that
procedure to the letter.
uses
You were with me each step
anti-cheat,
of the way
it's
as
just
we
like
managed
no,
this crisis.
not even offline.
Chief,
Just
I'm picking up
no,
movement.
Why would
no
you
anti,
hesitate to
no
do what you
reshade
have already
allowed.
done?
So
We need to
MCC
go
now, I just
right
can't use reshade
now.
on it, which
Last time you asked me,
sucks.
if it were
I mean,
my
I
choice,
can, but I would never be able to play
having
online
had
without, you know,
considerable time to
uninstalling
ponder the
reshade.
query, my answer has not changed.
I think
Ever since
minoxidil prevents you
we
from
must
losing it
activate
any
the
further
ring.
unless you stop taking it. It does grow it back a little bit,
here.
but
You are
yeah,
unwilling to
if
help.
you stop
I will
taking it,
certainly find
the
another.
process
Still, I
continues
must have the
as it
index.
was.
Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not.
It's not the
happen.
biggest problem in the
So
world.
be it.
I'm
so
happily
deserved.
married.
Dispose of the rest.
Like, I'm happily married. I'm happy with who I am,
Look
you know.
out.
And plus, if I do go not that I'm going to go bald, but if I do ever go completely bald, it literally is just an excuse to start wearing Halo hats. So either way, I win, you know?
We can't let the monitor activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo.
Right.
According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky.
2. The balcony opposite the
explosion of
second pulse
sufficient
generator
size
is
will help to
unlocked.
stabilize
Explore
the
it,
ring,
flip a switch, and
will cut
activate a
through
portal
number of
atop the
primary
center
systems.
spire. Complete the
We
bonus
need to
encounter
trigger a
for a
detonation on a
powerful
large
boon
scale,
for the
however.
final run.
A
If you
Starship's
go
fusion
bald, I will
reactors
shine your
go
head with a
critical
speed
with
shiner.
the
Hell yeah! Yeah, guys, that's what we're gonna do.
I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant battle.
Spartans
See
are
if I
like
can locate
Robocop. They're
Killer
super
Robot's
weapons,
crash
but they're
site.
products. Making the Spartans so empowered in Halo 5's opening feels like a thumb in the eye of what Halo 4's opening actually communicated so well. Sort of, yeah. Like Halo 5's opening, you got that, or Halo 4's opening, you got that vibe that they're almost like a car, you know? Like Chief being surrounded by all those engineers and scientists, and they're like working on him, you know, like testing his armor and stuff like that. And it's like obviously there's the initial deployment, but outside of that, they're like souped up Marines, you know, clearing streets, giving each other covering fire and stuff, block by block. Halo 5, it was the intention of Halo 5. Like, it's not this, they don't understand Halo. It's more that was the creative direction that they went in, and it's not the way I prefer Spartans being. I'll say that. But it definitely was their choice to go in that direction.
Let's find him.
Unlike the original game, where the door opposite the pulse generator is locked and the rewards for getting inside is some seriously creepy lighting. Is there stuff like up here? I remember when I first came this way, there was some cool stuff up here.
Need to buy some time in case the monitor or his
Are these like marine survivors? Oh, are they like? Oh my God! I just noticed.
The machinery in these cannons.
Look, they've set up. They've like set up UNSC shit all over the place here. So like the control room is sort of acting as like the UNSC's base. Ah, okay. I get. Okay. I see what's going on.
So,
this is cool.
If you damage or destroy these generators, the monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used.
Let's take the plasma rifle.
By marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point, we need to move in and neutralize the device.
I can't shoot down there.
Sentinels are attacking.
Spartans. Oh, I already read that. Is this the Havoc mod? Thanks. No, this is actually Ruby's Rebalanced mod. Halo 4 was a good Halo game. Halo 4 was pretty good.
Come on! Don't lose him! Careful, it could be anywhere.
I liked the Forge of Halo 4. People say Halo 4's Forge was a downgrade from Reach's. I didn't get that. I don't know, like most of the features that I took advantage of in Halo Reach were the exact same in Halo 4. Only I got the added benefit of being able to bake my lighting on the 360. Which made maps seem, cohere a little bit better. I feel like a good Halo game is now very subjective. It is. Everybody has their own preferences. And I think it's okay to, not poo-poo all over people. And that's me as, the guy, Mr. I hate Halo 5 for X amount of years, a decade or whatever. I've come to peace with it, Okay. I freaking love the melee animation of this weapon in Halo 1. Nope. Okay. I thought maybe there was going to be some weapons that I could use, but no. I like the way Ruby's fleshing out Assault on the Two Betrayals a little bit. Adding a little bit more of them. UNSC presence. Not that the original level didn't have a UNSC presence. He's trying to, what I think he's trying to do is he's trying to make them feel more thoughtfully involved in the end of the campaign. Because after 343 Guilty Spark, that level, UNSC presence starts to feel more like encounter designers placing Marines in levels. Less like the Marines are actually part of the story still. Halo 4's Forge World wasn't as good as Reach's Forge World. Yeah. I'll for sure. I do think that Halo 4 tried to make up for it with the different palettes that they had. Like you had that one Forge Canvas map that was set in outer space. So if you wanted to make, and it not only was it set in outer space, it had a research facility as a potential build spot to play around with. It also had the lunar surface spot if you wanted to make a moon map. Then, it had Ravine, which was super Forerunner-y if you wanted to make a Forerunner map. And then it had that, if you wanted to make something a little bit more industrial, it had that one that was, in a cavern under the ground. I will give you, though, that Forge Island just sort of sucked across the board, I think. The water was terrible. The water was so bad. It was even worse than Halo 3's water. Like, you could not build near the water because of just how, like, bad it looked. And how non-reactive it was. But I thought that those 3 Forge campuses were pretty good. But I do agree, they should have had a Forge world. Alright, we are cloaked. Love the snow in this level. I love the snow too. I like night snow levels. As said in Ghost of Onyx, Spartans are the UNSC's way to trade lives for time. Obviously, we all want to see Spartans depicted as badasses. We also want to take care not to depict their existence, maybe except Chief, who's earned it with too much uncritical glory. Well, I don't think Halo 5 was doing I don't think you have to be, critical of the glory and scrutinize it and stuff like that. It's more that Halo 5's creative goal as a project was making it feel like basically you know how it's like you are the last of your kind, the master of any weapon, pilot of any vehicle. Like, I forgot the exact quote. But the emphasis was on the sandbox, basically. Like, the hero of the older Halo games was less of Chief, and it was more the sandbox and the weapons and how you, the player, picked them up and used them. Definitely the hero of Halo 5 was the Mjolnir armor. It was the suit that you wore, like similar to Crisis, like your jets, your Spartan abilities, your aiming down the sights, your ground pounding, and how you use those things. So that opening cutscene was more or less setting that up. It was less about, the war, the sandbox, and it was more about you're in a suit of armor that can do anything. And for some people, that's not, maybe what they like out of Halo. But I think as time has gone on and Halo 5 is very clearly not the direction the franchise was going to go in, it is interesting to look back on it as this one-off thing where it's like, that's kind of interesting. Before I get out, lockout for sussy hentai crying on keys. Look out for sussy hentai crying on keys. What? Hentai is hidden in this mod somewhere? I don't like that. I don't want this stream to get demonetized. You know what Halo 4 Forge had overreaches? Forge had a snow map at launch, which is key. Halo 4 didn't have a snow canvas map, did it? Or do you just mean like the big team battle map? Halo 4's big team battle, I think, was more fun than Halo Reach's big team battle. Yo. Okay. We're diving down here, folks. Greetings, LNG. I hope we're done with open world Halo. It seems like we kind of are, I guess, if, you know, the new Halo game is a remake of Halo 1. Open world Halo, I think, is not something to completely write off. But it is not, like, the next step for the Halo franchise. Like, open world should be treated as just one of many Halo experiences that could be tried out. And as it sits right now with Halo, and like, I think the linear campaigns are the best way to do the franchise as a standard with open world stuff being, you know, experiments on the side. And as it sits right now, I am happy that Halo Infinite now exists because we have an open world Halo game, even if it's, you know, maybe not the most interesting open world that's ever been made. It is fun to boot up Halo Infinite and just run around for a few hours in the open world, because there is a lot to just kind of like take in. Dominion was the best. Yeah, Dominion was so good. It's a crime that Dominion was not turned into a reoccurring Halo mode, you know? Like, my favorite kind of Halo multiplayer experiences are when it's got that, like, tree fort water gun fight vibe to it, you know? I think of when I was a kid and I'd play split-screen Halo, I loved the maps the most that had bases. Like Blood Gulch, what's the frickin' Halo 2 map that everyone loves? It's also in Halo 1. Oh my god, you know, it's like, it's got the big, I don't know why my mind is blanking on it. It's got the arch, you know, the little creek going along the front, and then the 2 Forerunner bases. This is so embarrassing. It's an iconic map. I don't know why I'm not remembering it. Beaver Creek, thank you.
Objective accomplished.
Yeah,
Whole
Beaver
area
Creek.
is overloaded.
Maps like Blood Gulch, Beaver Creek, like all of those things, that's my jam. That's my bread and butter for Halo multiplayer maps. I like the idea of, like, here's our base, over there is the enemy's base, and they are in that base right now plotting to come get our flag or something like that. I like that multiplayer fantasy. Let's see if we can find any hidden goodies. And that's also why I think High Ground is such a good map. Yeah, an ODST game like Ghost Recon could work in open world. Even the Devil Sprint would be good in it. Like the last 2 Ghost Recon games. Honestly, I think that a game set up like Metal Gear Solid 5, but with ODSTs, would be pretty damn awesome. Because the way that I see it, the ODSTs are not going to be like Ghost Recon Wildlands, where you're freaking flying from base to base and you're just mowing down elites that stand 4 to 5 feet taller than you, you know? I think that a stealth-focused action game along the lines of MGS5 would fit ODSTs a lot better. Like, I was even thinking of, like, the intricate stealth mechanics you could come up with, because it's... I'm thinking of, like, the Shipmaster. You know, when he's like, that stench, I've smelled it before. Like, okay, do elites have, like, a good sense of smell? So imagine you're doing like a stealth sequence, like you're hiding underneath like a wraith or something that's just like hovering there, you know, and like you're in the Covenant base and the elites are patrolling in the jackals and stuff, and then one of the elites just stops and starts sniffing the air and then takes out his plasma rifle and starts looking around because he caught a whiff of a human. Like, that would be so cool. You could, like, cake your body up in, like, mud and stuff to try to disguise your smell from the Covenant species that have better senses of smell than others. Like, jackals would have really good eyesight, so you've got to, like, before your mission, pick camo that blends into the surrounding environment the best. Possibly even research camos, because, like, okay, there's no camo that is, like, purple. Like, hey, this is the best camo for hiding in purple environments. You know, that just, like, doesn't exist. Or they escorting the Marines kind of out of there, so it's basically up to us now. Like, imagine having to do, like, research on camouflages that would better hide you in Covenant environments and stuff. So you could waft swamp ass towards them. I mean, Ghost Recon does have a stealth focus. It's the weakest stealth. It is the weakest stealth. You know, it's that, like, to the point that when they introduced Sam Fisher to Ghost Recon Wildlands, it sucked because of how busted and kind of binary and linear the stealth is. Like, they have the generic cones of vision that, whoa, like, huh? Who's there? An enemy, you know? There's really not much to it. It's just the standard Ubisoft stuff. I'm talking about something more in-depth, more creative, more clever, but along the lines of MGS 5 or, you know, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory if they really wanted to go all in. For Wildlands, yes. For Breakpoint, no. Did Breakpoint factor in, like, camouflage as well as times of day, slash how much noise you made? Because in Metal Gear Solid, for example, the more noise you make, bases ahead of you will be ready for you. Because the bases are all communicating with each other, so they'll be expecting you. So stealth will be more difficult, and their ability to sense you will be heightened and stuff like that. You know, as well as being able to, like, turn off the lights and stuff, hide in the shadows. Does it have, like, all of that stuff? Light and noise, not camo. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Have you played Hitman? Oh, yes. I love Hitman, man. Hey, I followed you on Twitch. Hello, Switch Boy. Great Shipmaster voice. Oh, thank you. Shipmaster's one of the hardest. LNG, do you think Halo Studios will remake Halo 2, 3, and ODST if a CU remake does well? The way that it's going, according to, like, some of the leakers from the leakers who talked about it, like, a year ago, Bathroom Spartan was saying that apparently if the Halo 1 remake does well, then the whole trilogy is going to be complete. But that seems to be, like, it. Like, no plans for every single game in the franchise being remade. The Halo 2 sound for the Plasma Rifle was throwing me a bit. Yeah, it bugged Andrew earlier. I've always thought a Rainbow Six Vegas Halo game where you fight insurrectionists before the Covenant War would be cool. See, I think that's so boring as an idea. Like you have the Halo franchise. You have Halo, man. Why do you want to make a game where military guys are shooting at other military guys? You have, like, a galaxy with aliens in it, and alien technology. You have space flight, like, you have ancient Forerunner stuff. You have this whole thing, and you basically was like, shrink it down to, what if we make, like, Call of Duty, but with ODSTs? I think the insurrectionists are really fun for book and lore related stuff, but as a game, I do not think the insurrectionists are strong enough, nearly strong enough to be able to carry a game. Because really, without the alien aspect of the Halo franchise, Halo does just become another shooter where it's military dudes shooting at other military dudes. Not to say it couldn't be done, but if I was like an executive somewhere and you were pitching me the idea, it would have to be a damn solid pitch to win me over, because I would be very tough to win over. They ain't strong enough to carry a TV show either. Yeah, no. The Insurrectionists are just, within the grand scheme of the Halo franchise, the Insurrectionists are the most boring part, I think, of the UNSC. Centered or lowered? Oh, for like crosshair? I prefer lowered. Except for Halo 1, because Halo 1 is centered. It was kind of designed around centered crosshairs. I think Insurrectionist as an enemy would work as a tutorial level. See, even I don't even think so, because you'd be trained to fight incorrectly. Because, like, this is an Insurrectionist. When you take down his shields, he goes, "Rah!" and yells at you with his Insurrectionist sword. This is the short Insurrectionist. He cowers and runs away when you kill the Insurrectionist general. Here's a pro tip. The plasma weapons, Insurrectionist weapons that they drop are good against shields. You know, you'd be taught to play Halo wrong, you know? I will say, though, I'll give you something, okay? Because there is one pitch for the Insurrectionists that I think could potentially make them fun. It would sort of be like a Combat Evolved style twist. In this proposed ODST spin-off game that we're creating, the first maybe 1/3 of the game would be Insurrectionists. It would basically be a Metal Gear Solid 5 ripoff. But the hook, the narrative hook of that beginning is these ODSTs, you are being deployed against human combatants. But they're scared of something. Like, they're aggressive towards us, but there is something that they are worried about, and there is something that they are hiding. We need you to discover more. And what you basically build up to is, by the end of the first act, the reveal that the thing the Insurrectionists are so scared of is the Covenant. And it would be like first contact with aliens. And that's when even the gameplay mechanics would be flipped on their heads, because the first couple levels are basically a Metal Gear Solid 5 clone, you know, with stealth mechanics that kind of fit that game. You know, like a human combatants, oh my god, you know, wear your desert camo and lay down in the sand and they won't see you, like that kind of stuff. But now you've got aliens. So suddenly aircraft with spotlights, you know, like Banshees flying overhead, Phantoms and stuff like that, Jackal snipers, aliens that have a good sense of smell. Some aliens are gigantic. Doors aren't human doors anymore, so sometimes they just won't react to you because you're not, you know, a Covenant life form. So they just won't open for you. They don't know what you are. Like, the mechanics of the game would be completely flipped on its head. And from then on, the rest of the game would be Metal Gear Solid 5, but with aliens. That sounds like a good idea until you realize that, well, of course, the Covenant show up. Well, that's the point. That's the point. Yeah, like, of course the Covenant are going to show up. gotta save this engineer. Both of these engineers, actually. I like the flood forms. They're not normally like this, aren't they? Despite being M for mature, why no Halo character has ever said the words fuck or extreme street words? Well, I'd assume for the same reason that, like, the Doom reboot is rated M. And nobody has even... Nobody... The worst swear word the Doom reboot has ever said is damn. And that franchise is still rated M. Like, an M rating is not necessarily, like, indicative of the language that you use in the game. You know, it's just, is it more of a mature game that maybe kids should not be playing? Would having Marines or even Chief dropping F-bombs be out of character? Yeah. That's not Halo. Chief would not be cussing up a storm. That's not really in Chief's character. Johnson, on the other hand... Johnson's usually clever, you know? Like, Johnson isn't a potty mouth. So, like, if Johnson were to ever drop an F-bomb, it would be very funny. Join because of the title. If you have to play a mod to prove a level is good, it's bad, in my opinion. But I'm playing this mod not to fix the level, but because I want to see what Ruby did to it. Because I enjoy the default level anyways. There's probably that secret room that I missed, but I'll be honest, I don't mind missing the secret rooms too much. The secret rooms are going to be something for a second playthrough. Basically, what I'm doing is getting the gist of what the mod has changed. Getting all the spoilers out of the way, and then I go back. The modern Doom games use the name Hell so many times that it's the cumulative equivalent to the most vulgar piece of any media you can think of. Well, it doesn't use Hell as a, like, you can go to hell. Like, it doesn't use it like that. It uses it as in the location, Hell, on 456 Hell Boulevard, you know? Like it's a location. It's describing, like, it's over there. That is where Hell is. You haven't missed the room yet? Okay, I haven't even missed the room yet. Have you seen the Halo 2 Rebalanced overhaul Ruby's making? Oh, of course I have. Why do you like Two Betrayals? I like Two Betrayals because I like that you're fighting a little bit of Covenant, fighting a bit of Flood. Sometimes the Covenant and the Flood fight each other. And then it's snowy and it's nighttime. It's just like, I don't know, this level for me is very cozy in a way that's hard to... Let me put it this way. It's a Christmas level. I want to be sipping hot chocolate while I play this level, you know? I want to look outside and see that it's snowing. You know, see the snow falling in front of the street lights, and then I go, whew, and then I close the blinds, and then I get into my blanket with my hot chocolate, and I keep playing Two Betrayals.
Now let me blow up some zombies.
If you were to design a Halo JRPG, How would you... Oh, God. I'm the last person to ask that. I am the last person because I'm not a big JRPG guy. Pokemon is my favorite JRPG. I am the last. You asked a very, very hard question. Oh God. Okay, I'm trying to think. Parties, right? You'd have parties. Turn-based combat. You'd be walking around environments, and then you'd kind of, you know, you'd fall into encounters. You can do XP grinding. I just don't know how I would do it. That is a task for someone more creative than I. There is a single betrayal, though. Just 2 responses to it. In Two Betrayals? Yeah. Well, wasn't the original intent of Two Betrayals was... The reason it's called Two Betrayals is because Guilty Chief learns what the Halo ring does. It kills all human life. There's one betrayal. And then in the original story, when they get back to the control room, Cortana's been sitting in that computer console for so long, downloading and sifting through the data, that she's gone insane and wants to use the power of the Halo ring to take over the galaxy. So that's your second betrayal. Hey, Surasan is here. Chief betrayed Guilty Spark by not activating the ring, and Spark betrayed Chief by not trying to dispose of him. You know what? That's the answer I'm going to give in the future. For why the level name that was based off a cut story element is actually very deep and clever and makes sense. You know what? You have figured out the excuse us Halo fans can give. Just finished work, now I'm exhausted. We'll take a load off. Dude, the atmosphere that this shield, what am I talking about? Sword. The atmosphere that this sword gives off because of the lighting. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to see if, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. The sword is not, it does not, it's not impacted by view model offsets and stuff. You play as an Oni researcher that captures flood forms and raises them to fight like Pokemon? Okay, you know what? You are 343 Guilty Spark. The rings have been fired. Now here's the thing. You are alone in the galaxy. And you have a whole bunch of flood samples, and you can just do research on the flood samples. You can grow weird new life forms. You can get them to fight each other. You can put points into different... You know, I'm basically describing Spore now. Okay, it's not a JRPG. It's basically Spore. It's a cute, silly little game. We would have a silly, cute art style. Probably be going for like a... I'd say like an E rating. You know, like I'm talking Plants vs. Zombies type aesthetic. Do you guys hear that? Is it in here? Is it gonna knock back? No, I don't think so. I think it's just spooky noises. Yeah, basically, we're going to have a very cutesy Halo game with a very fun art style. Guilty Spark is going to be like your little character. And you have the entire surface of the Halo ring at your disposal. Your task is to study the way that the Flood evolves as an excuse to make silly Flood forms. And the Flood forms are going to also look cute and, like, silly. Or you can make them look mean and scary. But, like, within that, like, Plants vs. Zombies type of aesthetic. You can put points into different attributes. Like, do you want your Flood to be a swimmer? Do you want it to be a flyer? Do you want it to be, like, a guy who runs around? You know, it starts out as, like, a little guy. Like a little Flood guy. Floodling. And then you can, like, you know, like, I want it to have arms. And you can evolve all these, like, weird, wild, different Flood forms and stuff. And then you can make them fight amongst each other. You can find weird, mean animals on the Halo ring and make the Flood fight it. Yeah, that's the kind of game I would make, to answer your question about a JRPG. A zoo building game where you're a forerunner reseeding the galaxy. That's a good idea. Oh, that's a great idea too. You're a forerunner AI after the Halo rings have fired, and your duty as a forerunner AI is basically to help with the reseeding of life across the galaxy now that it's been purged of the Flood. And so it's your job to basically establish sustainable ecosystems. You know, so you're like, okay, this planet doesn't have water, or at least flowing water. So what kind of life forms are going to grow here? And you've got to kind of like build up an ecosystem that can actually sustain itself. And it's like once you do that planet, you got to move on to another planet and stuff. And then eventually you've kind of got to like, oh, like warning, you know, planet Zeta 14, like the ecosystem is collapsing due to a meteor strike. You got to go check that out. And so you've got to kind of like influence the evolution so that like the creatures can adapt to the new atmosphere on their planet post meteor strike. And just like stuff like that. That could be fun. So that would almost be like a sim-like game, you know, or like a Kairosoft-like game. Wait for that man to come back and try to bomb me. Here he comes. Ready? Watch, he's gonna try. Oh no, crap! He's like spinning around and stuff. Come on, try it. Try it. Come at me. Come on. I'm here. Hit me. Hit me. What is he doing? Come on. Here he comes. He's not taking the bait. Did like, oh. There we go. Okay. There we go. That was taking forever. I nated his rating. Nated his rating. Holy crap. Let me see. Welcome everybody. Hi, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to do here. Okay, we are currently playing through Ruby's Rebalanced mod for Halo 1. If you're a fan of the Halo campaigns, feel free to stay here. Wow, I am honored. Brett, thank you, man. Thank you for sending your army over here, man. Oh gosh, what is the custom usually for when you're raided? Late Night Gaming. I like to do commentaries and stuff on YouTube about the Halo franchise, and I occasionally like to stream Halo as well. And so now we're playing Ruby's Rebalanced mod for Halo 1 that fleshes out the Halo 1 campaign. People say it's the definitive way to play Halo 1. And so far, I'm pretty damn impressed, and we are 2.5 missions away from beating it. And I'm liking what I'm playing. Gosh, we were just talking about, somebody asked me, like, a crazy question about, like, how would you make a Halo RPG? And I was like a deer in the headlights, because I don't know how to answer that. And so I was like, what if Plants vs. Zombies, but Halo? That's the way that I answer that. I got you, my bro, says Nated. I appreciate it, man. That play session was a lot of fun. Checking out a lot of those maps. Are you guys still doing it, by the way? Because Halo Infinite, after a while, it just... Even resetting it, some maps were working, some maps were not. And then the dog was, you know... wanted to go out and pee. Halo 1 vanilla is the definitive way. Those people need to be checked. You know, everybody knows that. People just say that, to be honest. I don't think they actually mean it. But guys, I am going to be working with Nated on a video that's going to be going up on my channel. And I'm looking forward to it. I've got fun ideas for how I'm gonna frame it, the video, because you know it's not just gonna be a boring commentary. So since there's how many people are watching right now? 42 on Twitch, and then how many on YouTube? Let me see. Oh, 165. Okay, well, since there is only 200 of us here crammed into this room, the secret stays with us within the circle. The goal for this video, basically, is I'm thinking, all right, Halo Combat Campaign Evolved is coming out, right? There's going to be entire generations of people who have never played Halo multiplayer. They're going to look at Halo 2, and they're going to be like, ew, that game is stinky and looks old and bad. So what I want to do is make a video explaining why Halo 2 was considered so competitive back in the day. And the framing of it, I'm thinking, is going to be like a I went into the woods and survived for X amount of weeks with the help of the Elder. And basically Nated is going to be that. I learned the ways of the Halo 2 competitive player. And that I'm like thinking I've got to watch a bunch of, like, documentary type things like that, of, like, traveling into the jungle, seeing what's in there, how they survive out there. And I've also got to get some B-roll shots of Halo 2 jungly maps, as well as some stock music that sounds like the kind of thing that you'd hear in those, like, documentaries. Are the Phantoms over there? Or not Phantoms, Banshees. Aye. Good. I'm going to tell everyone. Or you know, okay. You could do that too, I guess. I was so excited explaining my my plans that I've made. I've wasted like half of my health trying to get this Banshee. Like even Tetris and Space Invaders or Castlevania, these old games, and yet they serve template or inspiration for games. Well, I think it's also just, yeah, like, I don't know, like, I think that there's this, this is gonna totally sound like me just like as an old man,
You know, like, my games were perfect. All the stuff that comes out now sucks.
I feel like in the same way that, like, video game consoles, you know, people view, like, the new video game console as, like, well, it's the next one. You know, it's better than the one that came previously because objectively there's better hardware in this one. People look at games as, like, software that is upgraded with each installment. Like, they're I don't know, it really frankly ruffles my jimmies when I hear folks use the term outdated to describe the feel of certain games. 'Cause I'm like, software, like, it's not like, you know, food where you leave it out and it spoils. Like, the code is exactly the same. The game is the way it is. It hasn't gotten worse. And I don't know, this idea of, like, after X amount of years, you have to say that a game feels dated. I'm like, you're devaluing the game that you're playing by saying that. You're making it seem like future installments have thankfully solved, you know, a lot of the issues. They are objective upgrades. And it's like, yeah, maybe in terms of, like, the hardware and stuff, but game design choices. I think that that's all kinds of stuff that can be pretty subjective, you know? Yeah, I just don't like the idea of video games, since they are software, like software in real life, they must be upgraded after X amount of years. Nah, good games stand on their own forever. And if somebody ever complains about, like, well, that animation's not good, you say, yeah, it was made in 2001, bro. But is it a good game? Like, does it work? You know? Do its ideas come together in a satisfying way, and does it make for an unforgettable experience? One to be considered as a classic till the end of time? Games are a form of art. Saying it needs to be updated is like saying the Mona Lisa needs to be updated. Yeah, exactly. It's like paint. You know, the way that we mix paint and stuff has come a long way. Paint's gotten a lot more saturated. There's better ways of preserving paint. You know, art forms. Oh, yeah. The way that we study the human body, like, we've learned so much more about it and stuff like that. Are you going to retroactively go back and say, like, you know, older forms of art, they're good, you know, but dated? No, like, get out of here, man. I feel like it's also one of those things where whatever your current game is, if you subscribe to that, like, you subscribe to that old games are outdated mentality, then you've basically built in a expiration date to your current favorite title, you know? Remember, new game is good, old game is outdated. New game is upgrade. So whatever you like now, don't get emotionally attached to it, because I better hear you saying it's outdated come 5 years. I would disagree with the comment regarding outdated. Maybe outdated isn't the right term, but there is a point where a game feels outdated to people who play it. Example being tank controls. See, I don't think tank controls are outdated. There are games coming out today that have tank controls in them. Tank controls are just a form of gameplay. The issue isn't the tank controls. It's just that you don't like tank controls, you know? It's like, when the N64 came out, and like Mario 64 came out, and the discussion was like, is the 2D game dead? You know, and there were even, I have read articles that drive me insane from back then where people say like, yeah, like this game's good, but in a world of Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, just having a pixel art game, it feels so outdated. Why not try to explore the exciting world of the third dimension?
That did it. The pulse generator
Is it
overloaded.
Doom Eternal outdated? I don't think so. Yeah, when reload mechanics started to become more prevalent and stuff, you saw even Doom 3 tried to have reload mechanics. Like in Doom 3, you reloaded your guns. And that was, you know, hey, old Doom's outdated. Why can't you reload your guns in that game? And then Doom 2016 is like, you know what? For our game that we're designing, it's more fun if you don't reload your weapons. And that's, you know, people would say, that's regressing. Because the old games are outdated. Why would you want your new game to play like the old games? Are QTEs outdated? QTEs? No. I wouldn't say QTEs are outdated. QuickTime events, even at the time, QuickTime events suck.
I located the Pillar of Autumn. She put down 1,200 kilometers upstream. Energy readings show her.
I've never been a big
reactors
fan
are
of
still
QuickTime
powered up.
events, personally.
The systems on the Pillar of Autumn have fail-safes even I can't override without authorization from the captain. We'll need to find one with no influence to start the fusion core detonation.
I see you've also seen the old... Yep. You know what I'm talking... See, somebody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. It was the Castlevania review. Basically, it was complaining that, you know, in a world of Castlevania moving into the third dimension, why would they regress and go back to the outdated format of 2D? Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think if you start throwing around the term outdated, your own argument starts to become outdated after a couple of years. You gotta just evaluate the games on their own terms. Like, I saw somebody say, like, you know, Alan Wake, the original Alan Wake. They were like, I went back to play the original Alan Wake, and gameplay's a little outdated, you know? It's pretty repetitive. And I'm like, I remember when that game came out, dude. It was repetitive when it came out. Age has nothing to do with it, man. Like, Alan Wake rocks, but hey, when the game came out, one of the main complaints is that it was repetitive. If that choice is repetitive, you don't have to throw the whole game under the bus as outdated. No, it's just, it's repetitive. It sucked back then, still sucks today. If a fan were to hypothetically send you their Halo X Star Wars crossover fan fiction, what's the likelihood you read that? Okay, what's the pitch? This isn't like the fan fiction where Darth Vader hooks up with the Arbiter, is it? This is like the fun nerd fan fiction where a Darth Vader Star Destroyer comes face to face with a Covenant cruiser. And then they have a space battle. And then Arbiter and Darth Vader have an energy sword versus lightsaber fight. Is it like that? Because that's fun. Thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 possibly coming out a few days after the Halo remake? I think they might delay it, honestly. Rockstar are dicks, man, for choosing that. Like, I get that it's a competitive market and you're okay to do that, but, like, yeah, you know, compete, do it, like, but I'm still gonna call you a dick for doing it, man. Like, Gears of War E-Day is gonna be releasing. The Halo remake. Don't be dicks, man. Delay it a year. Do the spring of next year. Your Grand Theft Auto, you can afford it. Come on, let some of the little guys have fun. Easy E. Yo, is my Nade Bud Ice in here? Is Nade Bud still in here? There's a Nade Bud. Turos with the objectively correct takes. You love to see it. And I think some of the things that people view as outdated, like, okay, Halo Combat Evolved, in this campaign, if you throw your grenades while moving, there is no animation for running and throwing. You know, it's just stand still and throw a grenade. So Chief will slide along the ground while throwing his grenade. Like Bungie didn't add that animation. There's nothing dated about that. They just genuinely, honest to God, forgot to add that animation. Like, other games did that. Even earlier than Halo 1. Age has nothing to do with that. They just forgot to animate Chief walking while throwing the grenade. Ooh, $20 from the Ripster. Here, let me check this. The Infinity is fighting the Banished. Slip space jumps to the Star Wars universe. Mortis and the world between worlds is involved. From Rick and Morty? Who's Mortis? What's the world between worlds? What's happening? What's that?
Look at this photo that Isaiah got.
Rebecca got Isaiah took a ridiculous photo of me. What's wrong with me? What happened? Why am I melting? Why am I melting? What the hell? So now Rebecca, yeah, it looks like an evil doppelganger of me. Like somebody who's like wearing human skin to look like me. It's like what's the evil Alan? Like Alan's evil doppelganger in Alan Wake? Mr. Scratch. That's like my my version of Mr. Scratch. LNG showing his lack of Star Wars knowledge. My Star Wars knowledge kind of stops around the mid-2000s. Like the Clone Wars show, I never actually watched that when I was younger. So I'm not super duper familiar with what the Disney lore of like a lot of that stuff is. I just remember there being a book that I got from my school library when I was younger that finally explained how Star Wars guns reload, and I thought it was the coolest shit in the world. Basically, when they get into those ships, you know, like the clones, you know, they what are they called? Not LAAT, right? You know, the ones with the little bubbles on the side, and the bubbles shoot the green laser beams. There are packs in those ships, and you could basically like hook your gun to it while you're being taken to the next combat zone, and it would like almost like you're plugging in your phone. That's how Star Wars guns recharge their ammo. It is an LAAT. Okay, I got it right then. Did you hear that? There was like whispering. Okay, we're going. We're leaving now. Come on. Let's pack up. Let's go. Come on. A little bit faster. A little bit faster. Thank you. Okay. Oh my God, there's red on the motion tracker. Okay. Okay, that wasn't just a sound effect. There was genuinely a lot of stuff coming. Read the Republic Commando books. Highly recommend it for anyone wanting good Star Wars stuff. Will do, will do. LNG, you're not missing out on anything. The recent Star Wars stuff is just slop. Sans Andor. I gotta watch Andor, guys. I know, okay? Like, you've convinced me. You've convinced me, okay? Now it's me mentally preparing myself to sit down and basically watch a 13-hour movie. Because that's what shows are now. Ghosts! Holy shit, I thought for sure that was just some toothless ambience. I wasn't sure because it sounded directional. So I was like, okay, like either way, I don't want to sit here because that was a very scary sound. And then I saw the biggest group of red blips I've ever seen on a Halo motion tracker advancing quickly. Yes. I like the regular Star Wars stuff, Darth Vader, the Force. I'm not particularly fond of the sequels, but the prequels are fine, aside from the Men in Black style aliens. I like the prequels and the original trilogy quite a lot. I think growing up, you know, the prequels came out at the perfect time for them to feel cool to me. I watched the original trilogy first, because my parents had it on VHS, and I didn't know what Star Wars was. And we watched it, and I, like, the Battle of Hoth is, like, a core memory, and to this day, I still really, really like when there's a giant thing in a video game that is walking, and you can get inside of it and just, like, sit there cozy. And it's just, like, a giant thing that's walking, and there's, like, a window that you can peek out of. You know, or you can look down on the ground. Like, just the little shots of the inside of the AT-ATs with the pilots in there. I'm just like, God, that's so cool. They're in a giant robot camel. And oh my God, you better. I did not remember much about Return of the Jedi, but I did remember the AT-STs, because those things were even cooler than the AT-ATs, the chicken walkers. You know, and then the prequels came out in theaters and stuff, and I liked those a lot. They hit. But then, like, growing, you know, into a teenager, young adult, red letter media was popular. Cynicism, being cynical about things, being judgmental, like, that started to become popular. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to gaslight myself into thinking I don't like the prequels. Red letter media is correct. And then, you know, I watched the prequels with my wife, and I was like, no, you know what? Jar Jar Binks is funny. I'll just say it. It was funny when he stepped in the poopy. It was funny when Jar Jar Binks said, "Excuse me." I like battle droids. Ah, so that's why Taras likes Scarab so much. Yes, in fact, something I liked doing when I was younger is getting on top of the Scarab, like, you know, getting it to kneel, and then hopping inside, killing the crew, and just waiting for it to stand back up, and then I'd start shooting my own Marines so that they were all hostile towards me, and then I'd run inside and just, like, hide. And I just, like, that was it. I was just like, this is fun. Like, I'm in a thing that is walking around and keeping me safe. It's like an AT-AT. The prequels were legit cool. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, like the prequels have so much that we could like nitpick and criticize. Like, God, Attack of the Clones is a hard-ass movie to get through. Like, it is tough, man. But I still like the prequels, you know? It's just, like, the crazy thing is when you really love a thing, like, all is forgiven when it comes to the stuff that is pretty bad, you know? Like, that's okay. I know that stuff sucks. I still love it. And hell, I even love aspects of the stuff that sucks. I might even love the stuff that sucks, even though I know it sucks. I also like the race quite a lot because they look like the freaking what the hell are they called? The droid tanks that the Separatists use. Well, I guess they weren't the Separatists when they first deployed them. I'm surprised High Ground never got a big team battle version. It would be a great invasion map. High Ground? Yeah, the fantasy for High Ground, I think, would make for a good invasion-type map. Like a attacker spawn at the beach. You got a wall that you got to defend with turrets on it. And there's like a button that can open the gate. Some could argue maybe Boneyard tried to be some of High Ground. High Ground's just like a good-ass map. High Ground's great. I think High Ground, in my mind, is one of the best Halo maps. Which I know is not particularly popular for some reason. I don't know, is it? If there's anybody who's come over from Brett, who's more competitively minded, is there a reason that some people think that High Ground is not a good map? Even as a Slayer map, it's good. Like, asymmetrical Slayer maps can work. It's called the AAT, that's right. I need to think of a new strategy. Rather than just, like, rush in and fly around with this thing. So many similar-looking acronyms, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Star Wars has lots of like ATST, AAT, LAAT, AAT, ATAT, ATRT, ATRST. It's a lot of, you know, a lot of acronyms for things. Let's be a little bit more, Hey, let's go. No. Let me just have it. Let me have it. Please. Let me have this victory just this once. Like, I know I can be careful, okay? I know that I can be careful, but right now I'm impatient because I really want that thing. I know that the reason I'm not getting it is because I keep rushing in there because I'm impatient. But I'm, like, confident if I get the timing just right. It's like Hotline Miami. There's a way that I can beeline my way in there and just, boom, snatch it and then fly out quickly before I lose all my health. If I throw my body at that bullet hell maze enough, I'll figure out how to get that thing and then get out quickly. Let me at least try to take out the thing. I heard that elite. There's something about the new Halo games that actually bothers me quite a bit, and I picked it up in the campaign remake. I feel like in the older Halo games, something I appreciated about the audio design of the weapons, that kind of, I don't ever see anybody talk about it, is even during consistent gunfire and everybody firing their weapons, you could always hear the AI above all the weapons fire. Like, you could very audibly hear the dialogue. And that's not really the case anymore as the audio design has gotten more and more, like, realistic. Is that a dead Wraith or a sleeping Wraith? Can I hop in that? We're gonna hop. I think it's sleeping. We're gonna hop in. Hell yeah. I saw a graphical glitch there. That was a clip delete. He can't hide from me. Does he not know? The Combat Evolved engine gets a little bit funky when it's overloaded with particle effects and special effects and stuff. Your cloak won't work here. There's too much going on. I don't even think that's the reason that the cloak was glitching out. I think it may have something to do with this level. Some funky graphical stuff happens because you know, in Halo Infinite's open world, you may have not noticed this before, and if I say it, it's gonna ruin it for you because you'll never not notice it. But I'll say it anyways. So in the open world for Halo Infinite, your gun will wiggle and award, and like it almost looks like it's bubbling, you know. And so will your hands as well. It's most noticeable if you just stop. And the reason that is because there's like a center point on every Halo level, and the way that like the game makes sure that all the bits and bobs of things stay where they are, you know, and that like things aren't just like, you know, polygons are flying everywhere, details, bits of armor are just flying all over the place. It's doing the math under the hood to make sure that everything is exactly where it is. But as you get further and further and further away from the center of the level, there's more and more for, like, you know, the math to keep track of. And so it starts to have trouble keeping everything where it should be. So in Halo Infinite's open world, because of how large it is, usually the outskirts of the center point of the further away from wherever the center point is in the open world, the more warbly and bubbly your first-person view model gets. I think I've actually gone hunting for the center point in Halo Infinite's open world. Like, just trying to find wherever my view model looks the most stable, you know? And I think it's near the you know, when you have that cutscene where you first meet the Harbinger? I think it's somewhere around there where your view model is the most stable, but I could be completely wrong because it's been so long since I've actually tried looking for it. And the reason I brought that up, actually, is because this level suffers from very similar problems. Like, you probably notice, if you have... It's most noticeable on the assault rifle, because the texture that is the assault rifle's ammo counter, it really has a fucking hard time staying put. Like, you know, it's constantly, like, clipping into the geometry of the assault rifle, blinking in and out of existence, as you get closer and closer to the control room. Like, by the time you are at the control room at the end of the level, like, that assault rifle ammo counter is having a really damn hard time. Oh boy. As much as I love Sonic Crossworlds, can they fix the servers and stop the disconnects? Oh man, Sonic Crossworlds. That's a game I want to pick up someday. Like, I'm very, very jealous of the people who have gotten that, because Sonic Crossworlds looks very good. Just $70 is a lot to drop on games now, you know? I think the bullet travel time's a little bit slower for the sniper rifle. I know that this isn't the best weapon to be using against them. I like this. That feels like a Half-Life a little bit. I'm not going to start busting out the Half-Life scientists. That voice, don't worry.
We're from the science team.
Okay, I lied. I had to do it.
Gordon, you fool.
Let's get out of here.
Why do we have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo.
Could you nerd out
That's how
over Sonic
Marker
Adventure
about
1 and
to.
2? Oh, hell
I
yes.
learned how to
Oh,
tap
hell
into the
yes.
grid when I was in the control center.
Stop. Yeah, don't.
Jump requires a rather
Stop.
consequential expenditure of
Ah!
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
We're from the science team.
from your suit without permanently damaging it. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
Bro, where did the Halo theming go? The Halo theming's there. Is it? It should be.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos.
Oh man,
From
where
what I've
goes
been
the
able to piece
anti-mass
together, their leadership
spectrometer?
ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the flood, but they were too late.
Gosh, I could talk for hours and hours
The
and
flood
hours
overwhelmed
about
its crew
Sonic
and
Adventure.
The Covenant
Like,
are
don't
terrified
get me
the flood will
started
repair
on
the
how
ship
much
and
I
use it to escape
freaking
from
love
Halo.
Sonic Adventure
They're
1
sent
and
in a
2.
strike team to
And it,
neutralize the flood and repair the ship for
it
immediate
makes me
departure.
so, like,
I've got a good lock on
like,
Captain
I know,
Nitri
you know,
transponder signals. He's alive, and the implants
I
are
understand the
intact.
Sonic
There's
team,
some interference from
they
intrusive
made
damage
those
reactor.
games. And
I'll
so
bring
for
us in as
them,
close as I can.
they probably don't want to keep remaking the same game over and over again and following the same kind of... Oh my god, I got raided again. From who?
Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be...
From the Raider? Raider
Right.
from
Sorry.
Preselence? Preselence? Did I pronounce that right? Really?
Yeah, Ness, the one that kept, you don't remember Ness? Do you remember?
Yes, I do remember. Oh, dude, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Hey, guys. Welcome. Late Night Gaming. I like to make videos on the Halo series, but I also, you know, I like to stream from time to time. Right now, we're playing the Ruby Rebalanced campaign mod, and we're just, frankly, we're just talking. How did the play session go? Hopefully some decent maps. Yes, you did. Let him cook. Dude, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still somewhat new to the
I can read
Twitch
Captain's
scene, so I don't know what the
contract.
proper
He's in
etiquette
the
is
control
for
room.
when you get raided. But I appreciate it. You guys rock.
Captain? Captain? I've lost him.
You said earlier you'd make a video about the map Extol. And I took it seriously. Extol. Was that the name of the really pretty... That's the pretty one, right? The one with the yummy flowers? Extol. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I found it. Yeah, let me bookmark this. Yeah. Yeah, that... Ah, man, so... Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's... For those who weren't watching Brett's stream, he was, you know, playtesting a bunch of... Huh? Oh, Preselence was streaming during it as well. There definitely was a few decent maps, no doubt. Excited to see how they play on objective. That's what I'm most keen on. I think that Slayer kind of, it shows the maps at their worst, unfortunately. I also, man, I don't know if it's controversial to say, but I feel like maybe not playing ranked rules. Like, I know they're going to go into squad battle ranked and stuff, but I'd assume they're also going to go into squad battle, period. And I think what you probably want to do is you'd probably want to get as many people spread out as much as possible. So you'd probably want to play it with social rules, even though there are going to be really skilled players there. Because you just, when you're playing with ranked rules, like the Bandit Evo, competitive players have that thing on lock. Yeah, true. Some of the maps were actually pretty decent. Like, they almost felt like they could go into matchmaking. I don't know how you felt, though, about some of the Jurassic Park maps that we were playing. I didn't... They were okay. I appreciated the ambition, but I think that, you know, setting them at night, the forest, the grass and everything, it's nice in theory, but with the outlines, you know, the low visibility does not provide the cover that I think they were going for. So it kind of felt like we were constantly sitting ducks. And it doesn't help that, you know, just Infinite's weapons by default are very accurate. So it felt very steamrolled, I guess is what I'm trying to do.
Analyzing damage.
Wasn't too accessible. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I did like the pretty map, but I agreed with some of the sentiments that there should be a little bit more vehicles thrown around. I even think just like vehicles in the center of the maps and stuff.
Let's get out of here and find another way back for the ship.
Like, and not crazy vehicles or anything, you know, even if it is something as simple as like a mongoose or something as simple as like a razorback and stuff like that. Just something to keep vehicles always kind of around. That Covenant map was rough, though, with the Banshees. The first Jurassic Park was, I think, it had a simple circular shape. The second one was a lot harder to figure out the layout. I didn't mind the second one. I didn't mind the second one that much because I appreciated that there were like laboratories that you could hide inside of. I just feel like
they're out of here and find another way back aboard the ship.
It was because of how dark those maps were. It was really hard to tell what the paths were, you know, that you should be following. Like, usually maps are fairly good at telling you where you need to go. Even if it's something, you know, like the grass is not growing on these specific parts. These are clearly roads. And then more artificial stuff is kind of where the infantry fight, with the roads being where the vehicles fight. I don't know. Maybe I was just playing on too low, you know, graphic settings, which also is a problem. I just remember feeling very overwhelmed and like I couldn't quite find my bearings on those Jurassic Park maps. Some of them could probably honestly just be fixed with some sandbox adjustments. See how the lead just rolled right into the corner right there. Yeah, pathing and viewability wasn't very good. Sadly, I didn't get to play the last 6 maps. Some of them looked really cool. I didn't get to play a lot of the final maps either because Halo Infinite, I just started having server disconnection errors. And Rebecca couldn't connect to the map that had the little chessboard with like the pieces moving around on it. And that was maybe due to the scripting required to get those pieces to follow the player around and stuff, which sucked. It's tough to play Halo Infinite custom games because they're so buggy. And then it's even harder when you're playing on PC because Halo Infinite is, you know, it runs on the PC. Doesn't mean it's very optimized for the PC platform. Like, once you're in game, things are mostly fine. But just starting a game is like way more of a headache than it should be. Oh, let me go up. I saw a thing on YouTube. Hey, Late Night. If you like Sonic Adventure, you should also check out Not a Sonic Channel's video about why Sonic Adventure 1 is peak. Also, Open Your Heart is goated. Open Your Heart is such a good fucking song, man. There's not a single bad Sonic song. But the one I played were, I think, too big. There was this one that I saw, right before I took my dog out. It looked gigantic. It was themed around Halo Wars 1 bases. Man, some of the maps that we played were, like, good-looking. Like, genuinely really, really, really good-looking. It's just that they didn't play well. They were either too big or too awkwardly scaled. There was this one map that looked beautiful, but it was the one that was, like, super glitchy. Almost felt like you were inside of a computer. There were like holograms everywhere and stuff, and it was super vertical. There was kind of almost every single room had 3 floors to it, and you could look down to the first floor. And that's fun sounding, but the problem is that means you're kind of always watching above you, and you're spawning mostly on the first floor. So it just kind of felt like, you know, death is always coming from above. Oh my god, that map could have played 32 versus 32. The Halo Wars map. Do you think they'll go back and give Halo Infinite a PS5 port? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so just because it seems like, okay, they lack the resources to fix a lot of like Halo Infinite's UI problems and stuff like that. They lack the resources to really do intensive PC work, you know, fixing it up and stuff. As for the weapons and stuff like that, they don't have animators. Last I heard, like, their UI team is already really small. Like, to the point that they couldn't add shortly after the launch of the game, they said one of the things they were going to be adding was a larger weapon cradle. Like the little, like, icon of your weapon, you know, at the bottom right of the screen in Halo Infinite. And they, in Halo Infinite's entire lifespan, they couldn't do UI work. You know? Even when the pitch was made to bring back classic HUD designs as a microtransaction that people could purchase, that was kind of out of, you know, beyond the scope of what they could do. So I think they're done with Halo Infinite. Like, you know, as much as we may like Halo Infinite, or even, you know, disliked it first but ended up okay with Halo Infinite, or continued to dislike it, Halo Infinite was like the end of 343. And it does seem like Halo Studios under new leadership, they are looking forward to kind of making sure Halo on PS5 is a fresh start for the series, to the point that even the Master Chief Collection isn't coming to PS5. Like, they'd rather remake Halo 1 than port the MCC to PS5. So I think just, you know, Halo Infinite is kind of the last of an era. Like, it's going to stay on the platforms that it exists on, and going forward, all future Halo games will be multi-platform. I'd love to eat my words, though, and I'd love to see, like, you know, Halo Infinite ported to PS5, but I just don't think the enthusiasm is there. You're talking about Cornered? Was Cornered the map? The super vertical tall map? A Sonic song was in the Worst Game Music's video a while back. Was it a Crush 40 song? I hope not. Have you heard about Halo Infinite shutting down development? It's not shutting down. Halo Infinite's gonna be fine. You know, Halo Infinite's staying up. They're just ending content drops for it. Like, this next drop will be the final content drop for it. They're still gonna be updating playlists and stuff like that. Just new content will no longer be added to the game. It's gonna be up to the community now. Forge maps, stuff like that. The tools that exist now in Halo Infinite are gonna be what keeps the game alive. This is great, by the way. Like, don't think I'm not paying attention to what's going on here. I like the changes that have been made to keys. I see the extra shrubbery. Just started playing SPV3. See what you meant yesterday about the VR. It's kind of trash. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, right? And it's just because the Combat Evolved version of the Halo engine doesn't have native support for burst firing weapons. So when the Combat Evolved engine gets too overloaded, you know, in certain shots, just the engine doesn't send them out. Burst weapons that have been modded in, they start dropping rounds from their bursts. It doesn't feel good. There's no reason for Halo Studios to make these ports. Yeah, basically. Like, I am sure that they could get some money. But it seems like they are just eager to kind of move on. Move the Halo franchise forward. Which sucks, but, you know. Oh, Halo 5 ain't never getting ported. Yeah, Halo 5 is... Until Xbox One emulation happens, Halo 5 is forever stuck on the Xbox One. Which sucks, because I would like to see every Halo game... Like, the best chances at a game basically being, you know, unkillable is if it can be brought to the PC. Because then, if the fans are rabid enough, even after the servers go down, they'll figure out how to keep it alive.
Power source detected.
Though I do also feel like Halo 5, doesn't it use Azure Microsoft servers and stuff? Like, the case of Halo 5 servers being taken down are a lot less likely, you know, in the near future than it was back with like 360 games, where the servers were literally there as a physical thing. Like, there was a physical server. Now a lot of that stuff can be handled via the cloud. Yeah, Halo 5 only works when it's connected to a server. Not technically true, because people have gotten Halo 5 to work offline. I mean, even the PC Forge thing that they released, you can run that offline. It's just certain functionality doesn't quite work because they use the servers to handle certain aspects of the game, just due to the limitations of the Xbox One hardware. That's partially why so many games rely on servers. Like, something interesting, I guess, that, like, I had never thought about. So, Mark Laidlaw. No, not Mark Laidlaw. I think that was the Half-Life guy, right? Valve guy. Mark Dara, I think was his name. Ex-BioWare guy, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, and stuff like that. He has a YouTube channel where he talks a lot about game development, and something that he actually has been doing a series on Anthem and why it turned out the way it did. And, you know, Anthem's going to be shutting down its servers, which means that game will no longer be playable even in single player. And what he basically said was that part of the reason that they did server connection wasn't just like a stupid, like, where we love money, that's why we will pay for servers. No, the reason that they went with servers was actually so that things like inventory, things like stat tracking, things like enemy, AI, logic, and like all of that, like a lot of the behind-the-scenes calculations could be put on a server so that the console itself could be used for making the game look pretty. And the game does look pretty. Like, really, really pretty.
Look, the Flood are gathering bodies here.
Yeah, so it's more of like a tech limitation, why certain games go with servers. I mean, nowadays, you know, there's no reason for why, you know, a modern game should not have an offline option. Games like Payday 3, you know, Killing Floor 3, like, you can absolutely play those games offline. Like, they can do it if they want. But linking everything to a server kind of allows them to keep track of things a little bit better, allows them to fix things, patch things easier, give out rewards if their goal is to be a live service game a little bit easier than if there are offline modes where funky stuff can happen because of modding. But at least for last generation's games on the Xbox One, a lot of that was just due to the memory issues of the Xbox One system. Am I the only one finding the game volume a little bit high? If you are, I can fix that. Now I've got to fix the chat window so I can actually read what you guys are saying. Have you been playing Battlefield 6 at all since it came out? I played it for a little bit, but now I'm like burnt out from it. It's just, you know, I like Battlefield 6. I like what I played. I'm happy that it's doing well, but everything I was worried about came true. It's a bit much. It's got that, I said on the previous stream that you can feel in the modern Call of Duty games that they, like, more so I think than even the Xbox One generation, where their use of psychologists and dark design to kind of funnel players into very specific habits got really bad. The Warzone era of Call of Duty, it's like I feel like I am shaking the hands of all the psychologists that they've brought on board to help design a lot of the addictive, habit-forming gameplay loops that the Warzone era of Call of Duty has. And it makes me feel like icky if I play Warzone era Call of Duty for too long. Like, I can feel my brain being hacked, you know? I can feel habits being actively formed in an unhealthy way. And Battlefield, what's kind of nice about Battlefield, even though Battlefield hasn't been doing too hot, is Battlefield has always been pure from a lot of that. Like, delightfully pure. Until Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 gives me Warzone era COD again. I feel like everything down to the way that the weapons feel, the way the challenge system works, the way maps are designed, even down to the distance between objectives, I feel like I feel an intentionality to it that is addictive and deliberately designed to be addictive, and I don't like it, you know. I miss the more human touch, I guess, from DICE pre-2042, when it did feel like a lot of those creatives wanted to make a different game with each installment, you know. Hey, TechPon redeemed highlighted my message with 800 Super Mario stars. Why is Metal Sonic the best Sonic villain, no matter what base, Neo or Overlord? He is always cool. Metal Sonic rocks. Metal Sonic rocks. I think what's a lot of fun about Metal Sonic is that what's a lot of fun about Metal Sonic is just he's like a robot Sonic. He looks cool. He looks like a race. Like, that's the deal. I was gonna go into like, whoa, the thing about his character, and I'm like, no, that's easily the weakest aspect of Metal Sonic is like the character stuff. Metal Sonic just looks cool, you know? I wouldn't say Metal Sonic's the best Sonic villain. Metal Sonic's a fun rival. Talcha is in here. Hello. Metal Sonic is good. They are putting him in Sonic the Movie 4. I am excited about that. I'm excited for kids to see Metal Sonic for the first time. Because, listen, let me tell you, little boys love robots. And little boys also... Okay, there's a couple things in the world that little boys like. They like cars. They like trains. What was the thing that Jerma says? Kids like to laugh, jump. No, they like to eat, jump, and laugh. Yeah, they also like trains, they like cars, they like robots, and they like Sonic the Hedgehog. And Metal Sonic is 2 of those things. So I think there's going to be a lot of little boys that go see Sonic 4, and they're going to demand that their moms take them to Target to buy a Metal Sonic toy. What's the name of the YouTuber who's covering Anthem's development again? Well, he's not a YouTuber. He was the director of Anthem.
Looks like another shot. We should be able to reach
Mark
the control
Dara,
room on the
I
third
think.
level.
Mark Dara on Games is his YouTube channel, I think. Dross really spent more than half the level holding on to that flamethrower like it was a companion.
In pain, we have
Well,
to find
I hold on to it just in case there's more flamethrower cartridges, you know? Let me take this. I like this a lot. Keys is probably my least favorite level in the game. And he's done quite a bit to fix it up. If you ask me, the prices in a game should be straightforward. The in-game currency just makes buying easier for kids. I'm just tired of microtransactions. You know what I like? Let me tell you what I like. I like that the game comes out and it's like really good and there's a lot of stuff to do. And then after maybe half a year, a content pack comes out for like $10 and it's a bunch of extra stuff. Whether it's like an Animal Crossing expansion or a new zombies map in Call of Duty. That's what I like. That's what I like. I like spending money for playable content that gives new gameplay experiences. I feel like spending money on like, you know, a digital coffee mug. I don't know, man. You know, some Call of Duty Zombies maps I still replay. I still replay them, and I am still getting my money's worth out of them. But and going all the way back to Black Ops 1, World at War. But those microtransactions I embarrassingly spent on Call of Duty Advanced Warfare in 2014, I'm not getting any mileage out of those. Those are a waste of money. And I'm not saying DLC maps dividing the player base are good either, by the way, because they are not, you know. It makes, like, long-term onboarding for older games and kind of, like, sustaining those cult communities, like, harder, because they have to buy the old game, then they have to buy all of the DLC. I'm not saying that that was the solution either, but in my experience, I enjoy paying for content or maps or playable experiences more than I do cosmetics. Because the thing also about that is dark design is very much real. If you guys don't know what dark design is, it's basically like all roads lead to the purchasing option. So it's like, it's not just cosmetic, because what you're not seeing is the way that your weapon customization or your cosmetic customization has been adjusted to make it more enticing for you to spend money in the shop, you know? They didn't just make a game and then put a shop on the side of it. They have rebuilt the foundation of the game to funnel you in many different ways towards that shop. No, are you sure? Warning before buying something.
Please, Chief, hurry.
Like, an example. This is more of like an anecdotal thing, so don't, quote me on this. And it's also, guys, this does not mean that somebody is scummy or bad or greedy or whatever. Like, people are just doing their jobs, okay? They were hired to do a job. They have to do their job, or they will not have a job anymore. And even some stuff is just cut for various reasons. But for Halo Infinite, part of the reason, for lobbies and stuff like that, maybe not being invested into as much is so that the potential of you being exposed to the in-game shop, you spend less time socializing. Like, if you get into a match, boom, you're in the match very fast. And then once the match is over, you're back at the main menu where the shop is. Less time goofing off, sitting in a lobby, waiting for the match to start voting, not looking at the item shop. If you're at the main menu, that big shop icon is going to be there, gnawing away at you. And that's an example of dark design, where you'd think like, oh well, they're just cosmetics. At least the DLC is free, and it's like, you're not seeing what we've lost or what has been tweaked. Or coatings, for example, not being able to customize your colors. Talcha has... Wait. Someday I want to get our boy here to do some playtesting if you're not busy, of course. What would you like me to playtest? I'll be your guinea pig. Talcha also gave 350 very small Mario suns. No, not shine sprites, stars. It's currently on a 3-stream streak. They do that? That's cool. This is design philosophy. It's not just games. It's even in apps and programs that try to retain our attention as much as possible towards what will make us money. It's very anti-consumer. See, and even the topic of it being anti-consumer is really tough because, like, you could argue back in the day that, like, Modern Warfare 2, the original from 2009, like, the guitar riff when you rank up, like the no weapon unlocked, like the of the hit marker, like all of that stuff's addictive. It's all designed to hack your brain and make you want to keep playing the game. Like, games have already been addictive and have been trying to be more addictive for years and years and years. I guess it's just, now it feels a little bit weird because they're trying to make you addicted so that you keep spending money after spending money in the game to own it,
No human life signs detected. The captain, he's one of them.
Oh my god. This room looks great, by the way.
You know what he'd expect.
Ruby did such a good job on this.
What he'd want us to do.
I'm gonna take a look around after this. It's for MCC, so it's free and easy. What is the thing you'd like me to play test?
We should go. We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
I can hear Keys making those Oh yeah, his. I'm Keys. No, he doesn't say that. Okay. Look at this. This is cool. He's done a really good job with this mod. of making sure that like the vibes of Combat Evolved stay intact. There's going to be flood on the other side of that door, right? They're not fooling anyone. I can see them clipping through. What do I do to trigger them? I like also all the Covenant stuff is starting to break down. Like the holograms are starting to malfunction. Plug incoming. Jokes on them. I don't buy microtransactions. They made nada off me for Halo Infinite. That's very good that you voted with your wallet. Should we go back the way we came? Oh yeah, because we have to escape now. Right? It's just the level feels so different. Either that or it's been so long since... Yeah, no, we're going the right way. Enemies are here. Never bought that stupid premium pass, especially if the game is $60 to $70. For Halo Infinite, I don't mind doing the premium pass if some of the stuff is good, because the premium pass is usually only like $5. $5-10, something like that. And that's only every couple of months. Stuff like Call of Duty is where I'm like, okay, really? You know, because Call of Duty is $70 to $80, and then they have the gall to have crazy microtransaction shops on top of their battle pass. And I feel like right now where the, not just the United States economy, but the global economy is headed, I feel like it is the worst thing in the world to start doing the quadruple A, like $80 video games with microtransaction type stuff, you know? I feel like this now is the time where you start making smaller games that are smaller in scope and priced cheaper. I'll say one thing, though, about Call of Duty's battle passes. I don't like the Call of Duty microtransactions. I like Call of Duty looking boring, brown, and militaristic. So when the battle pass has, like, Woods, who is, like, glowing and distorted, and he has, like, a gun that is, like, breathing fire and stuff like that, I don't care. I don't want it. It looks like trash to me. Unfortunately, with Halo, I am not that strong. Because with Halo, they can release, like, a new ODST helmet, and I'm like, fuck. Fuck. You know?
This thing is falling apart.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up!
Add to cart, says Rebecca.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
I'm so mad that Sonic Rumble is microtransactions focused. It looked so fun. Well, okay, here's also the thing about Sonic. I like Sonic looking like Sonic. I like him with his red shoes, you know? I'm not going to spend money on Sonic
explosion should damage
with
enough
like an
systems
Easter
below it
Bunny
to destroy
suit,
the
you know?
ring.
I just want Sonic looking like himself. So microtransactions don't work for me with the Sonic franchise. Because I'm like, that's not how the character looks. Microtransactions or potential character skins in Sonic will only ever work if it's nostalgia themed. Like, okay, you won't pay $5 for Sonic the Hedgehog in an Easter Bunny costume, but would you pay $5 for soap shoes? And I'd say, fuck. Yeah, I would. Damn it. But thankfully, there's only so much nostalgia they can pull from in regards to that. Because Sonic's design has not changed that much over the years. So they don't have a lot that they can do in regards to nostalgia. So I am safe from Sonic microtransactions nostalgia. The Flood Gunk is great. Ruby's awesome. Yeah, dude, Ruby is awesome. Hang on, I'm going to take this in, okay? So. Because right now we're doing a lot. Like, we're chatting, we're having fun, you know? And that's okay. But what I'm going to do right now, this is the final level, okay? This is Ruby's final level. I didn't talk a lot about the previous level, but my brain was taking in a lot of it. He added more foliage, made it feel less like a Mario 64 level, which the original Keys level kind of looked like that outside. He's added more geometry. He's upped the atmosphere by adding biomass. Has a lot more Covenant versus Flood type stuff. A lot more, you know, seemingly disorganized chaos. Obviously, the encounters are actually thought out. Like, hey, game design. I wanna comment on this, you know. So I'm gonna restart actually. What's going on? There we go. Okay.
We need to get to the bridge. From there,
Okay, so we're
we need
still
to
in
use
like a
neural
tinfoil
impulse
wrapper.
To initiate an overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
The Maw is like one of my least favorite levels, also in Halo 1. So I'm keen on seeing how they're gonna fix, how Ruby's gonna make the Maw, I guess, like a more interesting place to traverse through. You know what? Let me actually go back up there and see if there's something to explore. I don't know. My Okay. All right. We'll keep going. I probably missed something, didn't I? Ruby is awesome. Max when someone asks him about his sister. Was that a reference to something? Who's Max and Ruby? Who's Max and Ruby? No. Oh, the two. Oh. That's right. Yeah, you like Max and Ruby? Hello again, niche community. Hello, Durandal. How's your dog doing, my guy? Oh my god. Were you able to get your dog to the vet? Now we come full circle. We come to Halo through the Pillar of Autumn. Now we return to the ship to destroy Halo, just like a Halo. We end where we started. LNG, when are you playing Classic Marathon again? Oh my god. Oh my Christ on a cross. Don't ask me that. Marathon is very cool. But Doom, the original Doom was so much better. Like, oh my god. The original Marathon is a very hard game for me to get into, even though theoretically I like everything about it. It does not click with me, and I don't know why. Amen. George is doing better. He's getting a bit of his vision back, it seems. We're going to get... Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's amazing. Baby Georgie. He named George after one of the members of Noble Team. He named his Shih Tzu after the gentle giant, the really big one with the orange armor. Severely disagree. That's all right, man. That's okay. I know I could probably end up loving Marathon, but that day will have to be in the future. That day will not be sometime soon. Marathon's like a game I need to teach myself to love, you know. You okay, buddy? You okay, Titi? My Shih Tzu was just, I think he was itching his ear. And so he's packed from like, hi, Titi, how you doing, baby? Who's a good boy? You good boy, Titi. Hey, hey, says Mango. Welcome, Mango. Welcome to the stream, my friend. We are also dual streaming to YouTube, so if you hear me talking to people that you can't see, don't worry. I'm not having conversations with myself. I'm under NDA, but when the new Marathon comes out, it will be good. Says Mjolnir Recon number 54. Somebody tells me you're telling me that you're biased, man. I don't know. The new Marathon, I'm not sure what can be done. What about the existing game could be tweaked to make it have legs as an extraction shooter? Because I think some of the core fundamentals of it are just kind of like inherently flawed. And I'm not talking about like art style this, art style that, or like they need to remove the cloak. It like runs way deeper than that. Hold up your Shih Tzu to the camera, you coward. Here is Pumpkin the Sue. Hi, Titi. How you doing, baby? How you doing, Titi? Do you want a piece of cheese? Do you want a piece of cheese? Oh, do you want a piece of cheese? Oh.
Oh, I'll give him cheese.
Oh, okay. Rebecca's gonna get him the piece.
So pick him up and I'll give him. I'll
Do you want a piece of cheese? Oh, I don't want to keep picking him up because he was just coughing. Because he was compressed, because he was itching his ear. Hello, Pumpkin, says Durandal. I actually forgot about the new Marathon. I'm sure once the marketing stuff comes in, then things will be okay. Oh, don't worry. I'm pointing it at TT. Here you go, baby. Was that yummy? Oh, all right. Alrighty, there we go. I love that little guy. Yeah, so that's my Shih Tzu. He's pretty fat, isn't he? He is staring at Rebecca while she eats a little cheese stick, and he is drooling. You got in the beta. What the fuck? Oh, the closed testing? Extraction shooter? Nah, I think I'm going to play something else. I actually like the idea of Marathon being an extraction shooter. I don't think that's actually a bad idea. Some of the things that I think are going to cook the game are that I don't think the actual gunplay has any depth to it at all. Like, it's basically like Destiny's gunplay, you know, where pretty much all the weapons are laser beams. It's very easy to control your recoil, and even then, like, just recoil. Like, that's pretty much the best that you got as far as how to balance out your weapons. Like, I think part of the reason that Escape from Tarkov, the reason that it's so popular as an extraction shooter is the friction in the core gameplay that makes it, even, like, the first couple of matches of Escape from Tarkov are you literally just figuring out how to, like, move, you know? How to move your character. Not, you know, and then you've got to figure out how to actually, like, handle your weapon. Like, it's difficult. There's a very steep learning curve to it that makes long-term play of Escape from Tarkov really satisfying. The problem that I see with Marathon is it's like, oh, like, you got your sprint, you got your slide, like, you know, movement's very, like, twitchy, very easy to do. Like, gunplay is like Destiny, where you pick up the gun and it's got, like, no recoil. And it's just damage numbers and recoil patterns are the only way that they're balancing the weapons. You gotta add friction, like core gameplay friction, to make it compelling, you know? I'm just not sure that there's much they can do to fix Marathon. Like, I'm sure they can make Marathon more fun than what players played, but long term, I just think Bungie's idea of, like, we're gonna take a formula that is known for having a lot of friction, and that friction being part of what makes it fun, and we're just gonna make it easy, and people will like it because we made it easier. It's like trying to make take the Dark Souls formula and make it easy. And that will translate into success.
This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to put some.
How's the robot dog doing? Has it become sentient?
Yeah.
Momo's doing good. We're actually dusting Momo and cleaning Momo.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous. That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth.
Were you in the latest test, LNG? I was not. I was not.
He's in my data arrays.
Have core things changed about the weapons? I guess, you know, obviously without breaking NDA and stuff. I guess, do you have reason to believe that the things I just expressed to you have been addressed? And I might even be pleasantly surprised. Because I actually really want Marathon to be good. I'm not one of those people that is like, man, this isn't Marathon. I'm like, I think the art direction's really cool. Character designs, no. I think the character designs look very, not great. But, I think the actual vibe they're going for is damn solid. And I like the idea of Marathon being an extraction shooter.
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take
things are heading in a
offline.
good direction
Even
compared to
if I could
April's
get the
test.
countdown restarted,
That's good to hear.
I don't know what to do.
That is good to hear.
How much firepower would you need?
Art direction is cool too. Too bad it was stolen. It was not
Odd.
stolen. A
well-placed
couple of
grenade, perhaps, but why?
textures. A couple of textures were stolen by a texture artist.
Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels.
I feel so bad for the Marathon remake regarding that, because they're it's going to be interesting to see how they actually, like, turn that around, because, like, yeah, like, plagiarism will make me a god. Like, they've got to make people believe that their art style is, you know, inspired, that it isn't just stolen.
We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Because the memes are more powerful, and I'm just not sure if they'll be able to overcome it. A few decals is not art direction, precisely. Yeah, that was like a situation where I had to, like, step back. Because if I said something, people would start clowning on me. Because, you know, the internet, they smell blood in the water. And so they were going crazy. Like, yeah, the plagiarism will make me a god stuff is, like, the memes are funny. The memes people were making. But it's not that black and white, you know? The art director himself was not like, you know, like scrolling Twitter and like, but these are mine now. Like, it wasn't like that guy. He wasn't like sitting there like actively in real time gaining weight, eating like cheeseburgers and like counting stacks of money on a desk, thinking, how can I do less work? I'll steal some textures. It's unfortunately, Bungie seems like a very chaotic, disorganized studio. More so than usual, to the point that like dysfunction, miscommunication is happening. And things like that are just not being noticed, because normally they would be noticed if the ship was running correctly. Like, you, as an art director, you don't plagiarize if you're actually that passionate about being an art director and you've sunk years and years of your life. Like, journalism and stuff is one thing, because there's a lot more room for bad actors to kind of exploit that, but when it comes to, like, being an art director of something and pursuing art in games, like, listen, if you're the kind of shitbag that's going to be, like, stealing things and passing them off as your own, you're not going to be getting into video game art direction. Like, that's not the scheme, you know, that you're going to get into. Throwing your reputation under the bus for, like, the art direction of an extraction shooter that's a reboot of a 30-year-old Bungie game. Like, there are bigger heists. Like, whoever used the textures just sanded off the identifying words and such and didn't even get it all removed. Well, here's the interesting thing. So I saw this, like, analysis of the stolen textures from Marathon. And yeah, like, you know how, like, the name was actually, like, stamped out and stuff? This is one of the areas where it might, like, it looks bad. We're going to start that off with saying, yeah, it looks bad. Like, that texture was clearly stolen from somebody. It might have not been sanded off. What might have actually happened was it was a result of how they integrated it into the game. Because they put it in Photoshop, they, like, lower darkness levels, raise the whites, select it, you know, because it's just like, you know, what do you call it? How you layer it. You've got it set to normal, and they probably set it to, like, screen or overlay or something like that. And regardless, the way that it was placed into the game fucked with the... If you know how to use Photoshop, all you have to do is apply a mask to get rid of that that name, that stamp, that signature, you know? It looks more like it was whatever they were doing to the texture to screw around with it to get it to look nice within the game, that's why the signature ended up looking so screwed up. And unfortunately looked like it was opening up Photoshop isn't like you literally have an eraser and you're like, you know, like scratching on a piece of paper trying to get the signature off. You could easily remove the signature by just putting a mask over it. And if you're working as a texture artist on a big budget shooter, you can probably, you probably know your way around Photoshop. I would be willing to bet you were able to make it through college, and then make it through your internship and eventually being hired to work on this game while knowing what a mask is in Photoshop. So the theory that I've seen from somebody who is actually a game developer, and it's the most reasonable theory that I can think of, or that I've seen so far, because the internet is like, they stole it because they're greedy and they hate work. They just want fat stacks of cash. That's why they got into the video game industry, which is famous for its turnover and difficulties in making money. What's more likely is when video game art direction happens, this is like me super simplifying it. It's obviously more complex, and I'd love if like somebody who is actually into art direction could probably add, some more nuance to it. When you're establishing the art direction for the game, you create a mood board, and the mood board is essentially a series of images you find, whether they be online or you go out and you take pictures of them in person. And it's there basically to show people that are joining the project, like, this is the vibe we're going for. When we're making the art direction for our game, this is the vibe we want to hit. Like, reference this constantly. And what might have happened is, we know that Bungie is very disorganized. We know that they have communication issues. We know that they have high turnover, and people are constantly being fired, rehired, losing their job, quitting the company, whatever. What probably happened was, somehow, in all that chaos, some of the mood board that was supposed to be used as reference for the art that was being created for the game, some of the actual mood board accidentally ended up in the game. And because, people are constantly leaving the project, people aren't communicating, things are changing hands constantly, people didn't realize that some of those textures were from the mood board. And the game got far along into development through many certification passes, with just, yep, looks good to me, I don't know, boss. Like, it was, many people failed to properly make sure that stuff like that wasn't happening. And that speaks more to how chaotic Bungie is right now. So it probably wasn't like, well, I'm gonna steal the work because I'm lazy. And it was more that, like, that's how disorganized and chaotic Bungie is. That some of their art mood board made it into the game and nobody noticed. And that's probably why in that stream where they were addressing the art controversy, the art director of Marathon 2 looked like The Walking Dead. Like, his skin was pale and he wouldn't look into the camera because it reflects so badly on him. And he probably knew exactly what happened when it was discovered. And that makes it even more embarrassing. Oh, somebody clipped. Did someone clipped Pumpkin? Yeah, it's there. It's the clip holding up the Shih Tzu by Andre. Destiny is in such a bad position. I'm actually trying to get into that series right now. Can't even play half the story. can't even play half the story, and the player base is actively leaving. Like, apparently, Trials of Osiris had only a couple hundred players playing the recent Trials of Osiris. Like, across all platforms. Like, Trials of Osiris pulled in thousands. At its peak, close to 100,000. Now it's only a couple hundred. Like, that's bad. That's really bad. We got Andrew in here. Alright. I wish I could, like, burn away a lot of this flood goo. LNG, did you hear the Transformers binder of Revelation is now in public? What? Hang on. Binder of Revelation. That's the, Ah, that was for the aligned continuity, wasn't it? That's interesting. Did it leak, or was it officially revealed? Or released, I guess. I'm gonna have to piece through that. I'm not the biggest fan of the Transformers aligned continuity, but that is damn exciting. And I am definitely going to be absorbing all that useless information that won't help me in the real world. Because it's fun. No, we're supposed to go up this way. Yes? Right? Yeah. I'm getting lost. No, we totally got to go up this way. I'm very happy I always found Destiny lame looking, so I have no investment in it. Well, man, see, that sucks because Destiny 1 wasn't lame. Destiny 1 was such a cool universe. And they just, like, they patched out the cool of Destiny and replaced it with stuff that's not as cool. Yeah, we have to go this way. I love the sound design for this mod. Like, so much work has gone into making some of the environments of Halo 1 feel a little bit more alive. Or not alive, that's not the correct term I want to say. There's more scripting and intentionality that kind of brings the sound design up to almost like Halo 2 levels. You know, where you can hear banging and stuff, environmental storytelling through audio design. I totally gave up on Destiny 5 years ago. That's about when Destiny started to kind of lose the plot a little bit. When they patched out content people paid for with the Red War campaign, not that Red War was like a good campaign or anything, that's around the time when Destiny started to... Beyond Light, something felt off. And that feeling of offness started to get worse and worse as time went on. Like, it felt like something changed hands behind the scenes and a new set of creatives was working on Destiny. And not the same kind that delivered, like, Forsaken, you know? Or a lot of the best hits of Destiny. Well, definitely not the best hits of Destiny 1, because a lot of that was embarrassingly from Activision. Yo, didn't they, like, sponsor you for Beyond Light, LNG? They did not. They did not. I have never been sponsored by Destiny. I made a video explaining why I loved Destiny. And then I made a follow-up video called Why I Fell Out of Love with Destiny. That was surprisingly well received, even though it didn't get a lot of views. No, wait, that was Rocket Sloth? Yeah, they're the ones who would be... That's crazy. Rocket Sloth, it's... They have like a... Is it still... You said it's... That, it's just one of them now, right? Yeah, Rocket Sloth. Is that Isaiah? Or was one of them Rocket? Elijah, that's... Yeah. Sorry, Isaiah. I got your name in my brain right now. It's cool seeing the way Rocket Sloth blew up. They worked hard for it. Rocket Sloth always gave me a weird vibe. There isn't a weird vibe from them. Like, I've known them personally. They're fine. They're fine. They're okay. They are just... They are grinders. It's... Back before they got big, when they mostly just did Halo content, I would actually, like, do Forge maps and stuff with them, and they are constantly spinning up new ideas for videos. Like, that's just how they are. It doesn't come off as, like, slimy or disgusting. I think they maybe, you know... Yeah, Rebecca really likes Rocket Sloth's Animal Crossing, and she's super into Animal Crossing, so she can validate. Yes. I didn't even know that Rebecca had just for a while been watching Rocket Sloth because of the Animal Crossing content. Like, independently of knowing me and the connection to Halo. Because that's how much Rocket Sloth has been able to branch out from Halo. I would say maybe some of the Rockets, the Halo stuff, a lot of stuff, you know, is not quite correct, but that's also like the autistic in me that is like, well, technically, you know, where what Rocket Sloth has done is, and it's, you know, why Rocket Sloth is able to expand so quickly is just because he kind of knows how to cut the fat and kind of get to the juice and then get it out there quickly. Where sometimes I get a little bit too caught up on the details. What is your favorite non-Halo Evolution video you made? Well, haven't I only done a couple of the Call of Duty ones? And to be honest, I'm not proud of, like, any of them. Because looking back on them, I'm like cringing into a black hole because I'm like, this is so unwatchable. Because I would do so many things different and better. Yeah. The only Evolution videos that I can actually rewatch today and not cringe myself into a black hole are the Evolution of the Jackals and the Evolution of the Magnum. The two recent ones. Those are the only ones where I'm like, yeah, I fucking kicked ass. The other ones, I'm just like, I broke the 180 rule. What was I thinking? That line is so bad. Holy fuck. Yeah. Oh, I really liked the Call of Duty Evolution videos. No, that's okay. Listen, I'm my own worst critic, okay? I'm my own worst critic. I'm very, very critical of the work that I do now. Like, it's gotten crazier and crazier, like my standards for myself, to an unhealthy extent, to be honest. I could probably honestly hire an editor to help me get these Evolution videos done quicker. Like, more so than a writer, an extra editor would actually help quite a bit. But, like, they exist for you. You know, after I'm done making them, like, they're yours, and they've been passed on to you, and whatever you feel about them is correct. because I am going to be biased. I'm going to be nitpicking everything that I did so that I can try to make the next video even better. You guys don't have that. You know, for you, it's just pure enjoyment. See, so like the Call of Duty videos, some of the stuff I've said in them is probably fine and all, but all I'm focusing on is how I'm like, yeah, that's so uncreative, that camera angle. I should have done this and blah, blah, blah. Why'd I pick that song? I didn't use the right font choice for the chapter title change. What was I thinking? Am I insane? Light fuse. There we go. Are you kidding? I still put on your Black Ops Cold War breakdown to help me relax into being able to fall asleep sometimes, and that's from someone who's basically never even played Call of Duty. That's so humbling to hear. That's very humbling to hear. You know, once upon a time, that Black Ops Cold War video that I made, I thought that was... I like knowing that I used to think that was one of the best things I've ever made. Because now I look at that and I'm like, ha! I could do so much better. So that warms my heart to hear that video means so much to you. Do you think the fuel rod cannon in the remake will use the reach model and sounds? Hard to say. Possibly. Probably not the reach model, because I'd imagine that thing is too old. Like, the model is not too old, but the fidelity of it does not stand up to scrutiny in the Unreal Engine at 4K. So they will have to modify it. If they are going to use it, they're going to have to modify it.
Step 1 complete. We have a
if not, make a new model. If a new model exists. They might use the Halo 5 model. Because that model already, it holds up pretty well, you know, at 4K resolutions, more than like the Reach model does. So they might just end up using that one, I imagine. Because you got to think about it. Those Reach models were made for the Xbox 360, so a lot of like micro detail, a lot of like under the hood tech and stuff like that, it was all texture work and bump mapping. Like the geometry was not actually there. And at 4K, that stuff gets really obvious. Like, have you ever played Halo 2 Anniversary and picked up the carbine? You can tell it's an Xbox 360 era asset. That carbine in Halo 2 Anniversary campaign does not hold up well. At least, like, compared to some of the other, like, hero assets, you know, like the Halo 2 Anniversary Elite, which were rebuilt for Halo 2 Anniversary. Like, the asset reuse sticks out, because you can tell it was designed for different tech. Though, you know what? Some people are like, huh, I never noticed that. I guess it doesn't stick out. It's just me. God, I would be terrible to work with for if I had like a producer who's like, okay, here's your budget, here's your deadline, and I'm like, I'm gonna need $20,000 extra because I noticed this mistake in this corner of this one room. And it's very important that we fix it, because it will bother me if we don't fix it. I'm gonna set Guilty Spark on fire.
That did it. Engine's gone critical.
Guilty Spark's immune to fire.
We have 15 minutes to get off the ship. We don't have much time. We should move outside.
Look, baby,
and
there's
signal
Guilty
for
Spark.
accessing schematics.
He's flying around.
There's a service link at the top of the engine. It leads to a Class 7 service
Oh,
door
you're
that
gonna
runs
show?
along the ship's door.
Can I see him? You guys want to see this? So at Halo Fest next year, Rebecca's going to have some Christmas goodies for people to take home because, you know, after Halo Fest, it's going to be Christmas time. So
Here's a Christmas ornament.
I got it. I won't drop it. So look at this.
Maybe put it far away, close to your face.
Isn't that cool? That looks so good.
Thank you.
You did such a good job, baby. And we've signed them. We're going to be signing them. The only thing that can kill the floating light bulb is the Spartan. Yep. God, I freaking love that part of Halo 3, by the way. Everybody says that the Guilty Spark, the boss battle should have had better mechanics. And I'm like, you don't understand, it's not a boss battle. It wasn't a boss battle. It's that killing Guilty Spark in a cutscene would have been stupid. It would have robbed the players of a moment of just, like, finally shutting the fucking light bulb up. So they give you a Spartan laser, and they're like, he's there. He's right there. Shoot him right now. It was not supposed to be a boss battle. Ducking in, see if you missed 2B's bonus encounter. I think I might have gone through. Hard to say, though, because here we are at the end.
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419. Roger, Cortana. I'm reach 555. The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Bowhammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at external...
But Halo 2 Anniversary uses the same model, and that's a 4K game. For what?
Echo 419 going on section. Things are getting
For the Reach?
down there.
For the Reach one? Yeah, it does.
We have a wild...
But some models hold up a little bit better than others, I think. Like, I think the Halo 4 Carbine model was perhaps a bit too ambitious for the 360.
We need to evac
Um,
now. Activating final countdown time.
And so a lot of the like texture tricks don't look that good. Where the 360 model for the fuel rod gun, I think it was designed more like Bungie by that point, by Halo Reach, they were almost like the kings of being able to design models that trick you into thinking they're higher quality than they really are. Where 343, they weren't quite skilled yet at doing it. But the Reach fuel rod gun, I don't think would be able... Like, it looks fine in Halo 2 Anniversary. But also, like, a lot of things in Halo 2 Anniversary, you know, they would not look good if they were ported over. As is to Halo Campaign Evolved.
Analyzing. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to
Like, that's probably also why the plasma rifle, they seem to have redesigned it. Because by the time of Halo 2 Anniversary, that Halo Reach plasma rifle had been, you know, putting in a lot of work. Still even looks good in Halo 5, but if you're autistic about the details, you can see that the 360-ness of it was becoming more and more obvious as game fidelity was increasing. And if they had just used that 360 model, it would have felt very out of place in the technology of the campaign remake. Didn't Halo 2 Anniversary run at like 720p on the OG Xbox One? It ran at 900p. And I think that actually masked a lot of the... masked some of the 360 asset reuse. Because I remember the Carbine not looking weird until the 4K update. And then I was like, Oh, those are just like textures. That's not actual geometry on the weapon. Those are just like drawings of weapon detail. Well, let me go up. There's a couple of supers. In your shotgun evolution video, you said if you shoot and reload at the same time, it speeds up the reload. Is that for each individual shell? Yes. So you like shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload. Do you think Halo Campaign Evolved will redesign the Warthog run? Yeah. I think so. I don't think they're going to do the Warthog run 1-to-1. I think they're going to make a lot of those set piece moments more dramatic, which I'm excited to see. I rewinded. It was ignored. Not to worry. Something to do in a future playthrough. Yep. Have you noticed you murked Zuka Zumami in the elevator there? I think I was making fun of Zuka Zumami in the previous stream. Yeah, that's supposed to be, they canonized the elite that comes down the elevator shaft, haven't they? Look backwards when you reach Fellhammer's Bridge. I will look backwards. I'll make sure to do that. Was there originally sprint in Halo 2's code? There was a sprint mechanic that was being considered for Halo 2. It was essentially like the longer you held down forward, the faster you would begin moving until you'd enter into a sprint state. It was basically like that. And then if you stopped the sprint, you'd have to wind it back up again. And I think some strings of it are still in the Halo 2 code and can kind of be restored. They cut it, though, from the game because they couldn't figure out how to, like, it kept screwing with the pacing of the game, so they just cut it. How was the mod just got here? The mod, oh my god, that's cool. The mod so far has been awesome. Like, I'm really, really happy with it. And I'm probably going to do a private playthrough. Oh, Tulcha just gave us 50 triangles. 50 little triangles. Thank you, Tulcha.
Analyzing. We have 6
I appreciate the 50 triangles. Bits? Is that what you Twitchites call them? What are these bits? Is this a form of currency? Perhaps. Might I give an in 10 triangles so that I could rest my head for a night? Whoa. I just got launched. I heart triangles.
Analyzing. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now. Activating final countdown timer. When it reaches 0, the engines will detonate.
In fact, actually, a lot of the Campaign Evolved remake, now that I think about it, a lot of it is... none of it is using Reach assets. Because I don't think Reach assets are usable at this point. Like, the fidelity, lighting, material stuff, like, it would be too obvious that it's an asset that goes back to the 360 era. I think that's why they're using a lot of like Halo Infinite stuff, but also rebuilding assets tactically when and where they can.
Analyzing. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now.
What even are bits? I have a bad habit of avoiding Twitch like the plague. You don't have to avoid Twitch like the plague. Twitch is fun. Twitch is fun. What if you just use Twitch for me? Would that be good? Like, avoid Twitch like the plague. But am I plague? Oh boy, here we go. Twitch has some fun goofiness in it. some stuff that is like genuinely fun. I'm like, okay, I see why streaming on Twitch is fun. There's some silliness to be up to here. Twitch is fun when they're not turning a blind eye to harassment. Yeah, Twitch is really fun when they're not, you know, neglecting some of their biggest streamers, putting them in compromising situations, and then allowing them to be assaulted in public, and then blaming them or deflecting blame to other people, and then sheltering problematic creators. I think the plasma pistol for the remake is using the reach asset. I don't think it's not. The poly count is too high. Ah! Okay, so when I get to the bridge, I have to look backwards. Here comes the part of Halo Combat Evolved. I'd assume that there are some folks that have not played Halo 1 or, like, don't remember it that well, not super familiar. Like, listen, there's a lot of people in the world being born every day. We're coming up to the part of Halo 1 that there is a section of the ship, like, for outer space, you know? That doesn't make a lot of sense when you stop and think about it, and we're coming up to it. It's a solid 8 out of 10. It does quite a slew of common sense changes, quaint expansions, and intriguing deviations, but enough minor annoyances and difficulty neutering on Legendary that I'll stick to vanilla. That is a sensible take. All right, here we are.
This is where Bowhammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
All right, so the ship... He's tweaked some of the geometry, actually, hasn't he? Look backwards. Oh no, there goes Foehammer. Foehammer dies.
Echo 419. He's gone. Calculating alternate escape routes.
Why does the ship for outer space have like a giant gap in the middle with a bridge? Look at this hidden rocket hog. Jump on Foehammer and ride. Yeah. Okay. I love the Halo community that like Foehammer is not like a character, you know? Foehammer barely counts as a character. But I love that, like, us Halo geeks, the Pelican pilot whose voice we only hear because Bungie didn't have, like, they didn't know what they wanted to, like, I don't know, it's just the lady who drives the Pelican. I love that they finally show the Pelican, the Foehammer, they finally show her off in the campaign Evolved cutscene, and the crowd loses their mind. Like, there's Foehammer! She's in the movie! There's gonna be so many dads when this remake comes out that grew up with the original game and they really love Foehammer, and they're gonna try to hype up Foehammer to their little kids that they're playing this game with for the first time to try to see if they can get their little kid to cry when Foehammer dies at the end. I know that's what I'd do. Because that way my kid will grow up and be like, I cried when Foehammer died. Foehammer was such a good fucking pilot, man. She didn't deserve to go out like that. Ah. Okay, hang on. No, I can make the jump, okay? Here we go. Yowza. Okay, we made it. I'll tell you what, the Warthog run's going to feel really good in the remake because they're using reach physics and vehicle handling. That Warthog jump always sucks. I remember it feeling easier on the Xbox, the original version. But yeah, it's... Oh boy, here we go. Oh my god, look how much more dramatic this is. Oh my god. Isn't the Warthog slightly faster in this mod? It is, but it's still like, it still feels like Combat Evolved. You know, it's using the Combat Evolved physics engine that was in-house. It wasn't until Halo 2 when they switched to the Havoc physics engine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, floppy bus. I'm so excited to play the remake of Rebecca. Huh? Yeah, we're gonna have fun playing that. Okay. Give me 1 second. Rebecca has got to get something from the closet that is behind me, so I'm going to turn off my camera. You can go, baby. So right behind me is a little hallway, because this PC is actually out in the open. It's not in its own dedicated room. So down the hallway is where our linen closet is, as well as our doggy supplies.
Fancy a look?
Do you guys think Dust and Echoes will be in the remake? They need to add a reference to Dust and Echoes, right? Actually, it would be funnier if they didn't. No, you know what would be hilarious? If you have the I would be your daddy skull and make Cortana, when she says nothing, just Dust and Echoes. Make her more clearly say Dust and Echoes.
An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice.
Just make that enunciation way, 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 way more apparent. Only if you have the I would be your daddy skull on. That would be funny. Would you ever do another community night stream? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell heed. What would you rate the mod out of 10? And do you think it's worth playing? I would rank this mod, honestly, a 9 out of 10. No, not even a 9 out of 10. I don't like the out of 10 thing, you know? I don't like the out of 10 thing because I feel like that that makes it seem like flawless, you know? And I don't think anything can be flawless. Flawlessness is an ideal to strive towards. We can't ever truly achieve it. And I don't think you should knock points off of a thing because it failed to achieve flawlessness. I like actually using like the like school grading system, or at least like the American school grading system. I don't know about the nuances, you know, in other parts of the world, but you know, like F, E. No, we don't have E's. What am I talking about? Okay, well, I just failed. I just got an F. The F, D, C, B, A grading system. This mod gets an A- from me. A-. And the only reason for the minus is because I personally would have preferred the Banshee not be on the silent cartographer. I would have personally saved your first flight for assault on the control room. I've got like nothing to add, you know? Like there's obviously like encounter stuff that I would have tweaked, some sandbox stuff maybe that I disagree with, but none of it I can say as like, this was flawed. Like, nothing about this was flawed. Like, Ruby clearly had ideas for how he wanted to make Halo feel for people. And as an argument, all I can do is nitpick. And my nitpicks feel silly because he articulated it so damn well, you know? Like, it's great. He made his point. This is great. This is a great way to play Halo 1. Is it the definitive way to play Halo 1? No, that's Halo 1, the one that Bungie released. That's almost like not even an argument. You know, obviously Halo 1 exists, and if you want to play the definitive version, you got to play the Bungie version, because that's what Halo 1 is. But this mod, if you want to play Halo 1 for the first time, this mod's a great way to play Halo 1. It's a great way to play Halo 1. Like, the added environmental storytelling is tasteful and doesn't feel like... So many mods do this thing where new assets feel extremely out of place in the engine that they're in. Like, some of the assets in, like, you know, like those Halo 3 Rebalanced or whatever, or Halo 3 Expanded, and it's like they just drag like a Halo 5 asset into Halo 3 or something like that, and or they take like a brute and they make it bright red, its armor, and it just, like, it doesn't look artistically cohesive, you know? This mod, every single edition feels organic and almost like it was ripped out of the original Halo game, you know? Like, the final couple of levels with the flood, seeing the biomass growing, seeing, like, the fog, hearing the whispering and stuff from the grave mind, the eerie sounds, all of that was not part of Halo 1, yet it felt at home in the Halo 1 engine, and that's extremely difficult to do. So I'm just like, this was fucking amazing. Ruby killed it. He did a really damn good job on this. And I'm excited to do a private playthrough on Legendary. You should try Halo 2 What If. Isn't Halo 2 What If the campaign where he still has his combat evolved armor, as well as a couple of other tweaks? Are you about to end the stream? Can we raid real life Spartan? I'll probably goof off with like one more thing, and then we'll close up shop for the night. I want to check out, see what... Oh, you know what? Here, I want to show you guys something. I just saw this. In the Steam Workshop. It's a mod that adds more rain to the Mombasa streets. So I want to see. Apparently there's puddles, there's splashing, there's way more heavy rain. Oh my god, speak of the devil. Yeah, this comes from Gold Athena. Yeah, I just saw this pop up on the workshop. And I really wanted to give it a look. Because some of these here, okay. If there's any modders out there, people who have more talent than moi, I'm just an idea man. Listen, I can talk a whole lot. I don't know how to get it done, though. I think there is a critical lack of graphical mods that simply take the existing game and layer a bit more on top of it, you know, with the stuff that's already in the game. Because sometimes with, like, these old Halo games, what I want to do is I don't want to play Halo Combat Evolved, Rebalanced, Revolved, whatever, where all the textures are different and there's, like, a whole bunch of new guns. Sometimes all I want is the original campaign, but it looks a bit better, you know? Maybe the original campaign balancing is exactly as is, but all the animations have been redone, and they look a little bit better. I'd love to see aesthetic mods. So when I saw this, I got really excited because I was like, yes, finally. Let me, give me a second. Let me also set the FOV to 60 so that the stream stays healthy and it doesn't kind of like lose its shit, you know? There we go. Wow. I don't know if this is, like, you can see this on the stream. Like, I hope to God that the stream compression... Well, now you probably really can't see it because of the red.
Accurate diagnosis.
Look, there's the superintendent. I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's a hell of a lot more rain. Yeah, look at that. Look, water. And the water isn't everywhere. It's like real water. You know, Gold Athena didn't just put down like just water texture across everything that's walkable. It does look like there is a, you know, like streets. Like there are trails of water that are forming and they're running down the streets. Yeah, hopefully this is showing up on stream. I mean, there's more rain, but it all looks like white blurs. Yeah, I can't see shit, Chief. Okay. Maybe I will stop moving, because I know motion also. You know what? Let me see if I can help you guys out further. Texture, streaming texture compression is a bitch. Can you guys see the rain now? Is it coming through the stream? I am now sitting still. There's no motion happening. Can you guys see how much rain is on screen right now? Okay, on Twitch, apparently the rain is coming through really well. It's on YouTube where it's quite compressed. Hopefully this is helping, though. Here comes that brute. Okay, it's a little bit better? Okay. I wonder, so Gold Athena, I wonder, is there a way that, I don't know how, like, you know, your ability to mod in custom assets and stuff, or even remix existing assets. There's a trick, there's an old-timey, developer trick for when you need to add rain to an environment, without actually having the rain, you know, falling from the sky because you don't have the resources to do it, or like the bandwidth, the graphical bandwidth. It's light sources. Add a particle effect around the light sources where it's like, you know, when you go outside and you turn on a flashlight while it's raining and you can see the raindrops in front of the beam illuminated for a second, and then they fade away, you know, once they leave the cone of light. Have little white glowing streaks around each light. Because your brain, out of the corner of your eye, will see that as raindrops be off in the distance being illuminated by light. And it would maybe be a way that you could trick people into thinking that there is even more rain than there really is. I don't know if that's possible. Like, just basically add little clouds of, like, white streaks around each sign. Or not sign, each street lamp. New Mombasa is kind of Hollywood night, so you can't really do that effect without it looking weird. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. What about are there any assets anywhere in the game for like maybe from like I'm thinking like Sierra 117 probably has a couple. Like in Sierra 117, I'm pretty sure there's a water, like, you know, you go over the log, you follow the Johnson and the Marines and stuff, and then there's like that, you can hop down into the little bit of water, or you can go around that little cove, and then you join them, you know, and you keep going, and eventually it's the, you know, get down, phantoms. That little cove with like the water, I think there's like a dribbling from above, where it's like a little bit of water dribbling down into the water pool. Could that be possibly taken and just added here and there to certain buildings to make it seem like water is running off of certain roofs? I don't know if, you know, remember, I'm not a modder. I don't know if that specific water asset could be taken. Okay, you hit the object limit. Gotcha. Hit the object limit with all the puddles. These puddles are cool. Hell, I'd almost sacrifice the puddles if it let you add more water effects around the environment like that. Because I think that's the kind of stuff that would maybe have like puddles near where you drop off, but I think after that, that's when players start looking around. At first, they're like, whoa, there's a puddle. That's fucking crazy. And then they start wandering around and they look to see what else has changed. And I think that could trick people into thinking that there's even more rain. Because this already looks crazy. Goddamn object limits. I could totally port the Halo 3 drip stuff outright, though. This is so fucking cool. Like, this is the shit that I was waiting for people to start doing with the MCC. I'm so tired of the rebalanced, revamped, revolved. I want to see people enhancing the original games. Making them look more dramatic. Gosh, I love New Mombasa so much. I love this game, man. I don't think ODST could ever be done today. And I mean that genuinely. I've said it before on previous streams. Could you imagine somebody from Halo Studios or even 343 Industries approaching Microsoft and saying, we're going to make a game. It's going to be about ODSTs. And they're like, okay, gotcha. Militaristic. Gotcha. And no. It's going to have a noir detective soundtrack. Lots of jazz. Lots of sad blues, sad piano stuff. And the plot's going to be about rescuing a little pink squid guy. And it's going to be like a funny game. Like there's going to be humor. That would never happen. Microsoft would say no. They'd be like, okay, really funny. Now, go away now. Damn, LNG has 1,942 Twitch followers. Can't believe we getting censored. Am I getting censored? Oh, is that like a reference to 1942? Okay. Sorry, I was slow with that. It would be super easy. It's just a scenery and effect tag. Wait, too bad Halo Studios could fix all the issues, but won't. Well, are those an issue, or is it more like limitations with the engine? In the library in CE, Guilty Spark says something along the lines of, I'm glad to see they have managed to reproduce, in context of talking to Chief about Forerunners. Never noticed that, says the Ripster. And thank you for the $10, dude. There are a couple of interesting lines. Somebody actually just reminded me earlier of the line where Guilty Spark is like going through the Pillar of Autumn's data in the rec, and he's like, so fascinating. Human history, is it? So much lost time. And it's like, he thinks human is funny. Because he knew humans as another name before the firing of the Halo rings.
Healthcare on demand.
I thought the line about reproducing was in reference to the flood. I'm glad to see they have managed to reproduce. Well, if that was the line, I don't think Guilty Spark would say that. Yeah, this is damn cool. And what's actually cool about this mod is this is it. This is the only thing it changes. So, like, you can play through ODST and it's, like, fine, you know? It's just the new Mombasa segments are more rainy. So if you really want to get into the mood when you're playing Halo 3 ODST, this mod's not going to fuck around with anything else. It's not going to, like, make the brutes, like, you know, bubblegum blue or anything. It's not going to, like, mess with the balancing or anything. It's the game you like, but made more dramatic. It's cool. I like it. Let me see what other mods I've got. So I got some weird stuff installed. Yeah, look at all of these. Halo Reach, let's see. Okay, nothing for Halo Reach. Yeah, that's about right. Multiplayer. Custom multiplayer. Okay. Okay, nothing for Reach. Modded maps. Here we go. Let's take a look. Halo 2 Classic. I wonder if these still work. Because it was broken last time I checked. Okay, campaigns, Halo C Anniversary. Let's close up, methinks, with a bit of Mercury Rising. What do you guys think? We're just going to do a bit of Mercury Rising, and then I think I am going to probably hop off. What does BBC stand for? I think it stands for Bot Boot Camp. Thank you so much for playing it on stream. It's cool. It's awesome. Thank you for making a cool mod.
Change of plans. A science complex near your location has just been attacked by Covenant forces. I am sending you the coordinates of its location.
Isn't that a damn cool transition into gameplay? Hang on, we got to do that again.
Change of plans. A science science complex near your location
Look at this.
has just been attacked by Covenant forces. I am sending you the coordinates of
Smooth,
its
seamless.
location. Assist them ASAP.
This is a classic. This is a classic. This is... Halo could have easily taken a very, very different direction. Like, the kind of franchise Halo ended up as, this is almost like a, you know, that Macworld demo with Steve Jobs? If they stuck with that vibe, this is probably what Halo would have ended up like. And it's very, very cool.
It's odd. The light bridge is disabled and the controls are on the other side. Wait a second. They have a plan. There seems to be a surveillance drone still active nearby. It should be able to reach the controls and activate the bridge for us.
Have you ever played the mods YAH3R? What? AH2R or ODST Inferno? I've not played ODST Inferno. I could not begin to figure out what YAH3R stands for. What is this? This is a mod. This is a mod called Mercury Rising. That's the name right there. This is the second mission of Mercury Rising, and it's still, I think, as far as like custom campaigns go, this is the best custom campaign for Halo so far. So far. Only thing I disagree with is that. I don't think grunts should be able to punch you. But that's just me nitpicking. This mod is very, very cool. It draws from a lot of the pre-release Halo stuff and even uses it goes out of its way to not have a soundtrack that feels like traditional Halo music, you know? And because of that, it has an atmosphere that's very hard to describe. It feels like Halo from a parallel universe. Did you ever play Project Lemuria back in the day? I did. Project Lemuria is great. Oh boy. Okay, let's hide here. Gotta see if I can find a better weapon against that thing. I literally just can't. I just walked in a circle. Okay. Maybe we can take this thing on. I got a lot to live up to, says Talcha. What did you send me the thing that you're working on? I want to see. I want to see what you're working on. There we go. Yeah, Mercury Rising is great. It's good. It's good. It feels extremely polished as a Halo project. Oh, Talcha's got some cool shit he's doing. Did Talcha perhaps DM me this cool shit? I think Talcha did. Here, let me accept the DM. All right. Hello. I am letting you know that I got it. Oops. I had caps lock enabled. Yeah, I want to see if you got some Halo mods cooking up, custom campaign stuff. We could always use more of it.
Spartan, thank you so much. I'm not trained for combat, but if you need it, I can patch you up. Don't make a dirty joke regarding this stuff.
Okay, that line was, he sprayed like healing spray all over, which is white looking, and he said, don't make a joke about this stuff. And I'm like, a cum joke? Come on, man. Come on, Halo's classier than that. Kilroy was here. We gotta hold ourselves to better standards if we're writing dialogue. That voice acting. Dang it, Bobby. I think all the bad voice acting I think is completely fine, and actually I'll have you know, I think it fits Halo 1. Have you ever heard? We're screwed, man. We're screwed. Stow the belly-aching soldier. You're a leatherneck. Like, bad voice acting is completely fine. The tough part is getting a bad vocal performance and mixing the audio in a way that it sounds like Halo 1, you know? I feel like if you're doing a fan mod, it's like something that'll go so far with making your new voice lines hit harder is if you could mix them so that they sound very similar to the audio compression and stuff of Halo 1, you know? The Covenant are on reach. I repeat, the Covenant are on reach. Well, by that point, that was just like an inexcusably poor line delivery, because Halo Reach has a lot of good vocal performances. But yeah, the Covenant are on reach. I repeat, the Covenant are on reach. Like that one's not good. You got to do that again, buddy.
I see a bitch.
Obviously, not that Reach is like a crazy, like silly, you know, like, whoa, the Covenant, we're all gonna die. Blah, blah, blah. But come on, you know. Wasn't that Reach line like from a special guest thing? Was it? That might explain why it was so bad.
Bad guys.
Yeah, it was the guy from Office Space? Was it? Okay.
Hostile.
Do you think in Campaign Evolved they'll have Cortana say sawed off the LT Spark, or will they change that line? Oh, they'll change it probably. Unfortunately. I like that line. Sawed off is so weird and silly. And if you don't have the context that Cortana was supposed to have a British accent in Halo 1, before they just changed their minds but kept all the British dialogue intact.
Ooh, what a mess.
Dude, I forget. Here, let me slow down. Let me go back. I love these little guys in this. Look at these.
We got tangos.
Look at them. They're just like little pants guys. When they attack you, they're just like leg men. These silly little aliens. Do you ever get Tetris effect after streaming? It's where after long sessions of screens, you see the images kind of in your brain while you sleep. I don't think so, because the images I'm seeing are dynamic. They're it's a little bit too dynamic for the image to stick in my brain. But Tetris, I'd imagine if you're staring at the Tetris screen for long periods of time. Yeah, that would probably get stuck in your brain. Oh, I lost the medic. Fresno crawler dudes. Yeah, they're like the Fresno night crawlers. That's Rebecca's favorite cryptid, by the way. She loves the Fresno night crawlers. She calls them the traveling pants. She crocheted a Fresno night crawler. We have it somewhere. You guys want to see the Fresno Nightcrawler? We have it. It's real. Oh my god, it's the Fresno Nightcrawler! It's real, guys! Ah! Look at that. Isn't that cool? Being married to Rebecca is cool, because she can say, I really like this thing, and then a couple hours later, she has a physical version of it that she's made. I like the Mothman and the Dover demon. I'm not familiar with the Dover demon. I think in Virginia we have like this one that I hate. It's like, yeah, the Bunny Man. That feels like, it feels like Virginia didn't have a cryptid, and so they tried to like force it. I'm like, the Bunny Man. Bunny Man Bridge. I'm like, come on. I know that like we're lame and we don't have like Fresno night crawlers, you know, or the Mothman or Sasquatch or something, but like, could we come together as Virginians and come up with something more creative than the Bunny Man? Jackalopes? Isn't that like a fruit? Oh no, that's a cantaloupe I'm thinking of. Okay. Like, oh, I fucking love jackalopes. I should have got one from Aldi today.
Waking up from sleep mode. Greetings, I am MK4, the scavenger drone, codenamed S7.
You need to take this drone to the bridge. It will activate
every time that rifle charges up, it sounds like a warthog is about to hit
Please
you.
allow me to enter your warthog.
It
that
does.
way we can easily travel together.
It does kind of, yeah, I hear it.
Switching to following mode.
I love this little drone. Is he stuck?
I think we are supposed to be allies.
That drone being so verbose is really weird. But I think that's what gives it, like, that fun.
Of course! These coordinates were provided by a brand new top-of-the-line surveillance drone. They don't really get things wrong. I don't know.
Oh, he's following me now.
Look, these drones are equipped with advanced AI. They're probably smarter than both of us put together. Just land the damn thing and stop worrying about it.
This tunnel is completely flooded. We should head back to the surface.
We're touching down.
Okay, that tunnel's clearly not the way to go. Yeah, narrative audio logs too. See, I think Halo is like a silly franchise at its heart. Like, Halo can get dark, Halo can get deep, but Halo's silly. So, like, a little drone, like you finding a little drone and it has a cute little British accent, and it wants to follow you. You know, and it's like, now in following mode. Like, that feels like Halo to me. That feels like something ripped out of ODST, you know?
Switching to vehicle mode. It's nice to work with a Spartan for once. I'm tired of dealing with those Marines. All they ever do is complain about my pathfinding issues or that I provide incorrect data. But you seem nice. I'm sure we can be friends. I see more enemies.
Okay, that stuff, literal fourth wall breaking, that's a little bit too far. Like, the cum joke earlier, cut that. Halo's classier than that. Fourth wall breaking stuff like that, as a side thing that you go out of your way to find it, that's okay, but as direct dialogue, trim that. But, like, it's good, right?
That was brutal.
Like, the only Bungie game that was, like, serious was,
oh, great. Even more hostile.
was, Reach, their final game. And Reach is, like, probably tonally my least favorite Halo game because of how seriously it took itself. Like, I kind of prefer Halo being a little bit more, lighthearted.
Hey, the plan actually worked. Now let's go and help out those scientists.
Here, let me take a look at what Talt just sent. That's some really cool stuff. Wow, okay, there's a lot here. Which engine is this, if you don't mind me asking? Here, some of these videos are long. I'm gonna have to take a look at them after the stream, but Halo being campy is much better. Reach is serious to a slight fault. I wouldn't even say it's a fault, because that was the point of Reach. Reach was trying to be a more serious take on Halo. So I can't be like, oh, you guys had an artistic vision, and you achieved it. Shame.
Not an enemy, I promise. Switching to standby mode. Switching to following mode.
But it's definitely not like my preferred tone for Halo.
Switching to vehicle mode.
Like, I think people forget that Halo 1 had a cutscene where Master Chief teleports into a Covenant ship, and it operates on, like, Looney Tunes logic. You know, like, he's standing and he looks around, and then he looks up and realizes he's teleported in upside down, and the camera rotates correctly, and then he falls from the ceiling on his head. Like, that was a real cutscene in Halo 1.
Switching to following mode.
Not that Halo is like slapstick comedy and it's like the Three Stooges. Isn't this so cool? The Wile E. Coyote time? Yeah, exactly. Halo, but with Ed, and Eddie sound effects.
This appears to be a jammer. Destroying it should improve our communications.
hate Jim.
Ah, all right, guys, but that is where I'm going to be calling it, unfortunately. This is where we must conclude our stream. We had fun. We had many laughs along the way. But now I must get myself into bed. Because I am sleepy. And I want to spend a bit of time with my wife before. I'm unironically on board with the cum joke. Halo 1 didn't have any, but the series absolutely wasn't too classy for lines like that. Okay. It's too crass. Way too crass for Halo. Like Halo's jokes, even when Halo does a joke like that, it is more mature. Like Halo doesn't do a blow your load joke, you know? Though also I don't think those jokes are funny either. There was somebody I went to school with named Johnny, and he thought those kind of jokes were hilarious. And let me tell you, they were never funny when he'd make them. They were never, ever funny. I am extremely nervous about sharing this stuff early. Don't be. Sharing... So, okay. Something about game design that Valve learned with Half-Life 1 is you want to do testing early. You want to do testing very, very early. Because with Half-Life 1, they built the game and realized too late that they built the game wrong and that it was bad, boring, and not fun. And they basically scrapped everything they did and rebuilt Half-Life 1 and made sure to do extensive testing and showing people like the new levels early and stuff and just constantly iterating on feedback. And that's something that like Valve basically learned is the key to making a good game is you got to get people looking at your stuff early while it's raw and just constantly getting feedback from people. You don't want to spend all this time making the game and then when it's finally in players' hands, it's shit. You know? Have a fantastic night, everyone. Of course, of course. Have a fantastic night, everybody. We shall see you all later. Get some sleep, or if your day has started, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care, everybody. I shall see you all later, okay? This was fun. How do I'm stalling because I don't know how to shut this off. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm going to stop.